Hmm. Okay. I'm fucking here. Am I signed in? Yes. Oh, good. Thanks. My channel, my videos, live. Here we go. Live or not? What the fuck is going on here? Live. Okay. I'm working on things. I don't know if this is going out or not. I am going to switch to this. All right. Give me a second. Let me see what's going on here. I don't know. This thing says I'm live now, but doesn't look like it. I don't see any freaking indication. Go live. Are we there? Yeah. Ah. Hey, I think I'm live. Okay. Now I'm gonna start the Zoom chat. I thought I would. Apparently I don't have Zoom on this laptop yet. That's awesome. Okay. Oh, I am gonna also simultaneously record here and here and do a quick clap. All right. Synchronized. live. Hey, it is live. Okay, well that camera looks like crap. Hammered crap. Just getting my Zoom meeting going. I'll be on the build shortly. Just getting my Zoom meeting going. Shortly. Howdy, folks. I'm going to mute my Discord so I don't have an echo, but I am streaming on YouTube. Howdy. I had to turn off my music. Yeah. My Discord so I don't have an echo, but I am streaming on YouTube. Hello, everybody. I had to turn off. Yeah. Guess that's good for now. I am going to get this show on the road. All right, so there we One. One resistor placed. Ah, ah. Two. Swear it says quarter watt on these resistors. far as I know, I'm still streaming.
So Nick, how are you enjoying sleeping in until what is it now, 4 or 5 now?
Yeah, an extra hour. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I think it is roughly the same actually. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and get Zoom working on my new laptop here.
Yeah, aside from responsive, we could use him as our ad break.
Yeah, this could be like a pledge break on PBS. Exactly. It's our pop break. What time do you think he'll be soldering the 6847?
Let's see here. Hang on here.
My life quick. So we're gonna have Facebook this time? I don't know. That's what we're gonna find out.
Facebook or not? Yeah, because we didn't know what happened there.
That's the question.
Yeah, because it wasn't streaming either during the Game On Challenge on Thursday. Probably still broken.
What is going on here?
Oh, okay. One of the important ones. Yeah, well.
Sure.
Yeah. That's the whole point of having stuff like schedules where it says, the show will be starting later today type thing. Because I was asking Slippy about that because he didn't do that for his Game On Challenge. And he says, well, why bother? Everybody that watches already knows where it is. So that's not the point. You're trying to spread out the word. If you have enough scheduled things, it'll start showing up in other people's feeds that are into retro because it'll just spontaneously show up. Well, here's another retro feed for you to check out. That's the point of having stuff like schedules where it says, starting later today. Something vaguely familiar about all this.
I'm trying to fix my audio here, guys. I'm gonna switch computers.
Come on, Vic. No barking.
Yep.
Howdy! Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 338. And from my dashboard here, I do show one viewer on Facebook. Yeah, I just jumped in there. Okay,
cool. Oh, good. It fixed itself.
Maybe somehow accidentally it works.
First world problems.
All right. Let's see who we got on the show today. Oh, I forgot to push this button. There's okay. We got a big panel today. Let's see. First up, we got Rick Ulan. Hey, everyone. All right. Next over, yours truly. Then we got Ron Delbo.
Hi, it's not Ron.
Okay. And next over, we got Knockhead Waters.
What? Huh? Ooh, where? What? I'm so confused.
All right. Next over, Marco.
Hello there.
Well,
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Ryan Weasler.
Nope. For the show.
Mikey Furman.
Hey, everybody.
And last row, we got Jason, the CoCo Man.
Hello, everyone. I think it might be a long show, so I've come prepared.
All right. And we got Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome to the show.
And Nick Parenti.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to the show.
And last but not least, Bob Emery.
Hey, I took Nick's place today.
Yeah.
Hello.
And sneaking in under the absolutely last second, we got
Greetings, Paul. I think he just came here to watch Bob soccer.
No, my son's working on a truck, and he's making a lot of noise just on the side of the wall behind his PC, so I'm not going to be able to do a lot. I'll mostly be on mute.
And looking pretty. 0 for 2, keep going.
let's see, in the chat, Gerhard, Sixty, Eric Anderson, J. Jones, Wayne,
Campbell? Yeah.
That's it so far. Let's see. So far, we had one. Yes, I got
Oh, Mark, you got the private message from Marco over there? Their chat?
no, I haven't.
Says, I'm not seeing a link to the CoCo Nation Facebook page for today's broadcast.
Because whenever I try to do it, it tells me no permission.
There's forms you have to fill out to get permission.
I have not been able to create an event on Facebook. All the other events, changes, force lines, it's not Facebook.
Normally we start reading it, creates a notice on page on the CoCo show. It's not there today.
Yeah, I think there's something broken in that link. I may just end up having to just delete it and re-add Facebook. From Restream. So I think that may be the next thing I'm gonna have to do. But I may have to get Terry involved with that. So alright, first up.
Yeah, Mikey was at an event last weekend, and he's got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I had no time.
When you ask for a time slot, you get one.
Alright.
Careful what you wish for.
screen up here? Yeah. Show report, Bay Area Tandy Assembly Meetup 2023. Yeah. So, think you guys all know about the big Tandy Assembly that's in Ohio. I personally just cannot justify flying, to Ohio and driving up to Columbus, I think, and then drive down to Springfield, Ohio.
You go to Japan?
There's a lot more interesting stuff for the XYL over there. XYL as FM radio speaker used to be a young lady. As in you went.
Are you saying she used to be a young lady?
See, that's why I never used it, because I just knew that was about to get hung on by that was the sound of somebody stepping into something, I think. I think so, yeah. I'd rather stick to electronic impulses here. So, I've never been to attend the assembly, but when I saw, actually, I heard it's news here, and then I went looking around the announcement. Was actually this one here. This is what Arno posted. I'm like, well, I should probably go. Since San Francisco is basically an hour drive for me, and sometimes we go there anyway, just for like usually we go there for dim sum, cheap dim sum, tasty cheap dim sum. So I decided that I should sign up and go. And he asked if people wanted to give lightning talks, so of course I gave a little talk about let's see, the color computer, since everybody else was talking about the model computers. So yeah, it was a pretty small event. This I'm showing here is on my webpage, just the detailed write-up. I'm not going to sit here and read through it. Actually, I'm going to just switch to some pictures here. So it was a pretty small event. So there were 14 people in this picture and one person. This particular picture, Arno. I don't think I have the one in this picture of Arno. I was going to ask you, Mikey, because I remember Arno had said that there was going to have a restriction how many people they can have there. They actually, quote unquote, sold out, but then like half the people didn't actually show up for the show. Yeah, there were a good. I don't know if it's in any of these. Sorry, I'm flipping through this quickly. Okay. So this picture is Arthur, the author of Weird, which you guys talked about Weird sometime like a month or two ago, right? Yeah, so Tears Model 1-3 game. Yeah. I guess the author is here in the San Francisco area. But if you look over his shoulder, see that on the table there's all of the name badges. So there's about at least 10 to 15 name badges sitting there on the table of people that didn't show up. So
Would it be fair to just read them off now? This is why airlines oversell. Yeah.
Hotels overbook. Okay, here I am talking to this is actually before the show actually started. Talking to some people. Mikey, did you actually take your pictures? Was that yours? Or? No. I didn't bring any. I didn't bring any hardware this time because I was on vacation until about the middle of October, and I didn't really have that much time to. I didn't want to stress myself out. We have enough things going on with my day job. I just said, well, I'll just show up and give a talk.
The only thing I brought was, you can see my in this picture, you can see my poster with all the QR codes on it. And the same poster I brought to BCF West. So I didn't bring anything with me, but if they have the event again, hopefully I'll have a little more time to prepare.
Okay, so somebody else did bring a CoCo, or was there more than one?
Yeah, it's someone else brought a CoCo 3 with an interesting monitor setup. He had some kind of monitor that actually do 50 kilohertz RGB. And I don't have a good picture of this one here. But apparently his monitor is do regular RGB. There's no skin converter. It's pretty interesting. It's a monitor. But he didn't really show that much. Like wasn't really showing a project. He just I guess just showed up and brought his CoCo and just for fun, I think. Guy's name was Duncan. I don't remember. Don't remember the last name offhand. Don't remember. This guy right here was the Sharp-X H8000 shirt. This guy here. This gray shirt kind of next to me, or a little bit next to me. That brought the CoCo.
Yeah, I wonder who that is, because I don't think it's anybody we know personally. You never met her before?
No. Not that I remember. Some of this is not all of the exhibits that were there. This is just about half the table. But Arnaud was a professor at San Francisco State University and the host of the event. He brought his DRS-IO, basically hooks an ESP module into Model 1, Model 3, Model 4. And they have software on that to do things like FTP, and it connects into the Metro store. So he showed that board. And then right in the lower corner of this picture, you can see this little speaker sitting on the table. So this was Michael Vessel, and he has a card that hooks up to Model 1 that's a big synthesis board. It emulates the original, I guess they called it Talker 80. Was what the original one was called. If I remember correctly, it's kind of like a box. I don't know if I remember if that's a speaker or not. But it plugs the back of the Model 1, and it has a speech support. So it gives a modern version of that. And then, one of these Model 100s here, the guy actually apparently changed the CPU to a normally it has an 8085 CPU, but here it replaced the Z80. And then after doing that, apparently you can get CPM to run on the thing. I'd never heard of that before, actually. That was interesting. I haven't either. Yeah. CPM. So it's kind of similar to, there was some Epson, one of those little Epson portable computers that they had way back in those days. There was some Epson computer that also had very similar LCD, CMOS, battery powered, and CPM as well. So they did have a couple of portable CPM computers, but I've never seen it on a Model 100. I'll have to look at that. And then I don't remember what other things are. Duncan's CoCo, he was playing. What was he playing? He tried playing Donkey Kong transcode and so, like, he just played some games on it basically. So any pictures here? Let's go to this set. So this is this guy's name is Lawrence. He has a pretty interesting website. And it's called, I think it's called my-dash trs-80.com. I think that's the name of the website. And he's got all kinds of interesting stuff on there. He's actually got an emulator written in TypeScript for a model. Don't know if it's a 1 or 3. But you can basically, kind of similar to what we have for the color computer archive, where some of the games you click a button and it runs XOR in your browser. You can run stuff. He's got an IDE. He's got all kinds of pretty interesting tools. Be interesting to do something similar for CoCo. We can run XOR in a browser. That's not that hard to do. It actually has a whole IDE where you can program it with symbols and runs it, so it's pretty convenient development environment, I think.
And you can even like save stuff locally, like if you just not just that program, something you want to copy yourself.
I'm sure you can save it. I don't think it's tied only to the web by any means. I think you can save it and load the stuff back in. Basically, the IDE has editor, assembler, and debugger, and the emulator all built into one. So apparently what you said was when you're in the editor, when you're typing, every key you pass, you said it actually reassembles the whole thing. Because and then loads it in the emulator. We found that pretty crazy. That the modern computer is so fast that it can assemble the whole program after pretty much every key press or every time you push enter or whatever. He said it just assembles the whole thing and uploads it and restarts the emulator and it does it in milliseconds.
Wow.
That was pretty crazy. Our modern computers are so fast compared to.
Does it do syntax checking in and tell you like you made a mistake here, so I can't assemble this?
He didn't really give a live demo of the IDE.
Because he's wanting to do that already, where he's assembling every instruction you do, then you could literally kind of do syntax checking right off the bat.
The little rover dog in the corner like, fix 17 syntax errors.
Actually, he's not facing, but in this picture, this guy shared here is Arno Buddha, the responsive of the event. So there's and Arno is here facing. If two of these group pictures, one Arno took this one, Sasha took the picture, and Arno is there. So this guy here with the green plaid on the left is Tim Mann. And Tim Mann wrote an early TRS-80 101 emulator, XTRS. And this guy's name Morris, there's Arthur again, and then the other presenter was in the back, Vessel here. So yeah, it's a very small, basically very small incident event. It's a lot nicer actually than something like VCF, where there's hundreds or thousands of people, and you can actually have conversations with people and ask them. I think that's pretty much it. And one picture was this one, which is no, it's a little crooked, but a wide-angle view of the entire room. So, yeah, that was Tandy Assembly Bay Area Assembly Meetup was the name of the event. So.
Now, did you talk to Arno near the end of it? Like, does it sound like he thinks that the success wants to do another one, or any indication for that so far?
He basically, at the end, as I described it right up, at the end of the event, we all gathered back in a circle, and he basically got feedback from everybody. And it really sounds like the people that came, including me, I personally went to the Silicon Valley Color Computer Users Group. Back in the day, that was held at the Dyson Corporation in Santa Clara. Like Dyson floppy disks. They had a lot in their auditorium. They had sponsored a lot of users groups, including the Color Computer Group and the Climate Sinclair group met in the Dyson auditorium. And I missed that kind of feeling of kind of exactly the same as what we get, and well, it's a little bit different than CoCo Fest. It's just one evening, but you have a presentation, and then there's a little bit of business meeting or whatever, and then the rest of the time people just mill about and talk, mill about and talk about whatever. So. I basically said, get another event of 12 again. And most of the other people did. There was some comment that for some reason a lot of people here on the West Coast don't know why they don't like coming. I don't think this in general comment really had anything to do with human malware. I think it's just a general thing. People like like showing up and talking to people and meeting people and learning about their projects, and other people don't. But it really sounds like they're going to organize something in early 2024. And Arno asked whether we wanted to do a bigger show. And something more formal Tandy assembly. It takes a lot of time and effort to get everything set up. And the response to that was, yes, but this is the very first one. It continues, and it grows bigger and there's more interest and more people show up. And probably after some time, think about having a more formal event. So it sounds like there's nothing scheduled, but the consensus of everybody was that, I think we want to meet again sometime next year and do something similar.
Okay, yeah, because Arno, I know when he was first talking about organizing this on the Tier City Discord a couple months ago, they were originally talking about doing Tandy Assembly West. And I think that's the long-term goal, but he said that was too much for him to want to bite off on his first try, so he just wanted to do a quick little meeting together to see what kind of was, what kind of presentations would happen, that type of thing. So it sounds like it was basically a user group style meeting that you were mentioning. And it's too bad that a bunch of people signed up didn't show up, though, because he was actually, like, you scan the QR code, you went and signed up, and once you hit the maximum allowed by the fire agency or whatever it is, how many people can have in a room at once, you had to cut it off. And I know some people that said, oh shit, I didn't get my name in time. And then you have to go show up, so they could have gone. It's just too bad. Yeah. That does happen. I imagine most of these people are probably Model 1, 3, 4 type people and not the CoCo people. How did they react to your Flex thing? What kind of questions did you get from them? What kind of reaction did you get? I didn't talk about the lightning part, and I think I should probably we should probably wrap this up in the next couple of minutes here. Just so that the show doesn't track fun. People were actually genuinely interested in my talk. They said it was pretty interesting. If you guys watched my YouTube video, my lightning talk was simply a summary of what's in the Color Computer project. How I got into Flex, about my restoration, and of course I go into all of the details of the video, so it's just like by the time it was about a 10-minute talk, but it came out about 13 minutes on YouTube because I really like the subject, really into the subject. I don't even I start reading the slide and then I just go. And so I stay on the slides basically help me stay on topic. But I talk generally about what's on the slide.
YouTube, I talk more about the video mode than I did in real in-person talk. And flex video mode. Yeah, people were interested in it, and I should probably. It probably would have been good if I had a demo. I actually brought a machine with me, but I didn't want to. Since this was the first time for the event, I didn't want to plan one keep it simple. So. So how long did the meeting last? I think it was already scheduled for 3 hours. Is that basically what happened, or did they go a bit longer because of talks and visiting and stuff? It was scheduled for 2 to 5 p.m. and it started a little bit late. I think Arno was waiting to see if more people showed up. And then there wasn't really a hard ending time. And some of you went out for supper afterwards and kept the discussion going from what I read in your blog. Right. So I had my talk last one, so those from roughly about 3:45 to 4, a couple minutes after 4. Okay. And then we had the conclusion, the feedback session. And then we were pretty much there talking, from 4 to 5 something, and then we helped shut down the, put the room back in the classroom. So, the police officer was walking around the campus, making sure everything is in order. She stopped by and said, "Hey, I didn't have you on my schedule." And she's like, "It's no problem. It's just can I lock your space? They asked me, can I lock the exterior door?" And Arno said, "Sure, go ahead and lock it." So apparently there was no. We were there until after the feedback session, a couple people started to peel off because that was about 5 o'clock, and then we were there until almost 6:30 was when we actually left to go to dinner. So. Okay. But it sounds like, aside from the size being smaller than expected because of the whole notion, it sounds like it's a pretty successful event. And it does sound like you guys are planning on you guys, but Arnold's planning on having another one. Next year, particularly too. So anybody in the San Francisco area, whenever they decide the next one is, should definitely pop by, you think, and CoCo or any of the tier city interest of any of the tier cities for that matter. Yeah, and probably going to bring some hardware. I should probably demo flaps. Probably Nature's Line. Probably the Nature's Line as well. Maybe I can give a lightning. If there are more lightning talks, maybe instead of talking about my project, I talk about Curtis's project. Just slam it.
Maybe both running at the same time.
Yeah, we need to get Flex running as a task under 100%. That'd be awesome. It could probably be done. So you could do it, I think. It just depends on where the kernel goes in the Nature's Line part goes in the memory map. Yeah. That would be the. I'm not volunteering to write that, by the way, but it would be cool. Yes, you would. No, I mean, the documentation is good enough. It would not be very hard to replace the disk driver and file management system with most line calls. That would actually, and even the terminal, it would actually be relatively easy to do. Yeah, and it would shrink it actually, because you would need all that code right in the 64K workspace. You would just slap it off the UI to go. Series up. Like I needed another project. Feature creep.
What did I start?
Yeah. Well, thanks for talking about that. I could have read your blog. It's listed in the news, and it's in the news links download the Discord there for anybody who's catching this after the fact. But I thought it was kind of really good to get a first-hand experience to be actually there. Was there any questions from the panel about either the Flex lightning talk or the show itself here on the panel? Any questions from the chat? I've been monitoring chat. Let's see if there's anything.
No questions in chat.
do like the fact that you had a Z80 and a running CPM on a Model 100, though. That's fine. Yeah, my last time I checked, my Model 100 still works, but I'm not going to go. I had to open it up to remove the battery when I repaired it last time. So I'm not going to open that up again unless I really need to. Okay. And Nick Brandings, I wanted to ask you, because you were a Tier City Model 1 3 guy before you became a CoCo guy in the early 80s, had you heard of or played the game Weird?
Yes. And it was very weird.
So appropriately named.
Yeah, it was distributed by Big 5 Software. Towards the end, Big 5 generally wrote games by, I think, the guy who built Home. And they were all very good games. Anything from Big 5 was generally regarded as a very good quality arcade game. But towards the end, he started to move away from the Daiquiri. He went over to the Atari, and he licensed or he started carrying games from other authors. Weird was the last one, but Bill Big 5 moved away completely from Daiquiri. And it was weird. I didn't really like it myself. It was just too weird. Now you know how we feel about Neutron. Anyway. A lot weirder.
I was going to ask the trader and Donut Dilemma, but I didn't get a chance. Have Arno or something around Donut Dilemma.
I think it up to the next one. Yeah, you can kind of cover several. You can get Donut Dilemma or Neutroid even on both the Model 3s and on the Galaxy. You can actually see the progression between. Since another guy that brought his CoCo there is like, it seems to be a bit of a game player who's running transcodes. You can demonstrate CoCo versions of those. It doesn't type your system. The type should be okay for Australia too. So. Yep, since it's a university campus, I did not need my devices on the Wi-Fi. Most schools you can get on the Wi-Fi, I think, or Arno can use the access or whatever. Yeah, because one thing I was a bit disappointed with it, I was hoping I could stream it. Yeah, so some of us could catch it. Does this come up the discussion on the app discussion at all? It did not. So again, I thought about bringing my tripod and extra phone, but I just wanted to keep it. I barely left it early. Like you guys were doing the news about 12:30 here, and I'm like, okay, I'm ready to get to St. Louis, so by 1:30 I got on Heath now. Okay, well that's cool. I'm glad that there's another version of the show going to the West Coast, because as you mentioned, just going to Springfield is a bit of a pain in the ass. You have to fly. There's no real airport in Springfield itself, so then you have to take an Uber or taxi or whatever and drive to a different town from where you landed to attend the show. And the hotels tend to be really expensive. I think they're like $200 a night or something like that. Like they're not cheap. They're a bit more expensive than Chicago for CoCo as VCF is. So it's not a cheap trip. If they have it they had it at the Marriott Courtyard Hotel. That's a more upscale brand name. That's the middle tier, so it's a little cheaper.
Well, it's even more expensive to stay at hotels. If you don't have hotel, other hotels are more expensive because it is a small town and there's not much competition.
The people that stay there are more business travelers versus entertainment and vacation.
Oh, okay. See, that's the opposite. Like, in small towns here, you get a room for like $40 a night. It's super cheap because they're trying to attract anybody. So I guess it just works differently.
There's not a lot of options there either. It's pretty small.
So bring a camper.
There you have tent. experience park in the front lawn or something.
I mean, you're going for a business convention center vibe in a small town. That's where the money comes in. Because everyone's business travel, business expense. They don't care what
Yeah,
that's true. They have the conference. There's no good convention center in your $40.
No, you barely got a restaurant if you're lucky.
More than $40 for a room.
CoCo passed the funding, it was barely held together with our room sucked.
Better Holiday Inn now.
Yes, we do.
Okay, well, thank you, Mike. I didn't see any other things in the chat here. We're really asking any questions or things. So, we will be covering these two things, both the Tandy review that Mikey did, as well as his lightning talk. I'll cover that in the news, and if you're on the Discord, you can go into the news listings there in the news channel, and you can actually grab the links and go directly, and you can watch the video and read the bug.
I think I posted the links in the Tandy Assembly Discord channel to draft links to the webpage and the video as well. I remember correctly. Okay. Don't remember how much spending I did this time. Alright, it was really good to go down there, so thanks for coming by and telling us about it, giving us a first-hand perspective. Thanks for convincing me to come on here. Yeah, I've been ahead of the next project for you. Right. I should have accomplished.
Well, next up, let's see what Bob's doing.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
All right. Well,
So
still.
those who've been watching the stream so far, you probably noticed in the little corner of the screen here, there's been a guy soldering on a white circuit board. Bob, you want to explain to everybody that's viewing and watching what exactly are you doing?
So basically, I am building the world's first color computer 3 entirely from new parts. In other words, no color computers will die to make this live. The main thing that makes it possible is the fact that I have the GIME-X now. So everything else is pretty much commonly available parts. The 6309s are still made, PIAs can be found, memory chips, everything but the GIME. And the GIME-X is out there, so we know that it's possible. So somebody will make a new one eventually. And this is basically Rocky Hill's work coming to life here. He's done a nice job with this board. I'm really glad that he's got not just the resistor nomenclature reference, but the actual values on the board. Makes it a lot easier to verify what I'm doing as I go. I'm going to switch my screen here to my desktop so you can see I'm using Rocky's online CoCo 3 bill of materials as I go, and it's pretty neat because as you hover over something, it shows you exactly where they go on the board. Then I can check the box as they're placed, so all the green stuff is placed. Place that and that. And
That's cool, it's got a built-in checklist.
yeah, that helps. You can use that to order directly from DigiKey, I believe. Most of the parts, not everything is available there, but.
And you don't have to scan from the top left to the bottom right looking for R17.
Right.
Highlights it for you.
Just kind of come over here, figure out where that one goes. Yeah.
I just want to mention, Bob, Chad in the chat here, he's mentioned that you sound fine on your stream, but you're a little bit muffled coming through in here. I'm not sure what's causing that, but you're going to keep the stream going throughout the show and probably past that, right?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to go through and do the entire board today, but I'm going to at least try and get all the resistors in for today and maybe some sockets or capacitors. But yeah, just
schedule you're kind of following, like are you doing this every day or every second day or once a week?
No particular schedule, just working until I don't feel like working anymore.
That sounds like retirement.
Yeah, well, And then it was, yeah, quite a bit of cabling setting up the multicam setup here today. And it's still, obviously, I'm not quite right. All right, where's my mouse now? It's always fun when you're sharing your desktop and can't figure out which mouse is the right one.
Yeah, I'm also grabbing the wrong mouse here.
The board that you have is a Rev 110, Rev 1.1.0, but the website says Rev 1.2.0. Is there some sort of difference that is highlighted?
Basically, what he's been doing is going through and trying to make it more like Tandy's original. So maybe rerouting some of the auto-routed stuff. But I have actually noticed like one resistor slightly out of sync with where it shows up on the bill of materials here. But yeah, luckily everything is labeled pretty clearly on the board, so even in that case it was obvious, you know, where it needed to go.
I'm trying to remember, has Pedro himself put one of these boards together and verified it worked, or are you the first person that's actually going through the whole thing from scratch?
I'm not sure if he has built one for the CoCo 3. I'm pretty sure he's built CoCo 2s. And he is actually working, he has a new version of this board coming out, a purple version. And I will be ordering one of those from him as well, because who doesn't want a purple board?
And you're planning on doing some summary videos of this too for your channel too, correct?
Yeah, I'm actually recording my overhead camera directly as well as an over-the-shoulder, so I'll kind of do a time lapse of this probably.
Any questions from the panel or from the chat here on this project? We will be talking to him as the show goes on to see how he's doing. It sounds like you want to get your audio off there, maybe just dip into history for a little bit. Take a listen there. So, are you having fun with it, Bob?
So far, yeah, I love soldering. The only not fun part is trying to figure out where the hell I put my 2K resistors.
That is the point behind the whole electronic algorithm. Where did I put it?
I do have one question. Are GIME-X becoming available again, or what's up with the head standard these days? I know he's dribbling a few things out here and there.
I know it's not available again yet. The chip that it's using didn't have a couple batches that came out. The prices still triple or whatever higher than it was before the plague hit. I'm not sure. Nobody's really heard from it as far as what his plans are. Like there's possibility maybe you can change the chip, but that might take some reprogramming on it, etc. Or if maybe they're waiting to see if they continue to come down, continue to get manufactured in bigger bulk so that people can actually get them. Because the last batch they put up was sold out like within a day, and that's when a ton of people are waiting orders.
Yeah.
No real progress to say except that the chip has finally became available again for the first time in a year and a half, fairly recently at a much increased cost.
And I think Alan, yeah, I think Alan at AC's 8-bit Zone is trying to do a new version of one.
Well, from looking at the Discord, I asked Gary Becker about this, and there's discussion these chips. There are some alternatives to currently that aren't as hard to get right now and are at decent prices. Now, how much really you have to do on the board, etc. to get this to work, I have no idea on the free programming. The one I saw mentioned that was only like $12 chips, the 30 or 40 that the current ones work for. I think they mentioned it had half the RAM of the one that's used in the current GIME-X, but everything else is pretty well the same. If I understood it right, I'm not a hardware guy, but it sounds like there are some possible alternatives, but some compromises may be made or the price might have to go.
Yeah,
The mail connector for the GIME that would allow you to have the board go in, from what I understand, is not a cheap item either. It's price like $20-$35 just for the socket. At the socket, could be the male version of the socket. To go in, allow the board to go into the GIME. So you look at a single chip and a single socket, $50 wrapped up in the project, and you start to
I think Snyder made his own connector, the male socket.
He did, because the socket itself, the manufactured socket was so expensive, and so I think he looked for an alternative, a 3D printed one, but... I guess the other alternative is if you get better design for the three motherboards that kind of bypasses that.
Different socket assist system.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of getting at it. You can plug in the, whatever you said, the chip is for Intel directly over the board drive and add it to the GIME.
Those are going to be, these days, those are going to be chips, small, big array, they're no pins on, like, out of the sides. It just has little pads on the bottom, solder balls. But actually not that hard to solder, but there's a practice.
Yeah, like straight headers or something like exactly.
Right, and that would be nice, but I think I'm making an obvious statement here, but I think the initial intent was that you could pop up the GIME and pop this in and be going.
Right. Then we know exactly what the chip is that we would be needing.
You mean the FPGA?
Yeah.
It was, what I remember was kind of Altera Cyclone 5 or something. And those are older chips now.
Yeah, the model number of the chip is on the Discord.
Okay. I have
The Cyclone is the CoCo Strangiato.
Yeah, that's a Cyclone 4 or 5 or something like that. Those are older chips now, and if the primary business for FPGAs these days is automotive or other applications, they're probably going to use a little bit newer chips than ones that are like 10 years old.
equipment that I work used Cyclone 2s and 5s. And I can scare some up.
This is said like the old product I had to use 16 by 50. If nothing did ever happen to make it unavailable, it would probably still be available. Just cranking along on the old tooling forever. But because it had to be replaced a couple of years ago, it's never coming back because everyone's already replaced it. So.
But it's serial when you have Ethernet.
Yeah, it's the same problem. These chips would be made today if they never stop making them. Stop making them.
Yeah.
It's an Altera Cyclone 4, it looks like.
One that you didn't mention.
Harry had a very interesting observation on the Discord this week that if it becomes required or possible to redesign, that he would like looking at the Xilinx FPGA chip, which is kind of like the other major strain of FPGAs next to Emeritus.
Everywhere.
Well, apparently they're still expensive, but they're available, but they're a bit more expensive still, and the lots are smaller. So it's still just kind of rocky time for them as well. But I think that would be interesting if there was a way. They have to go through VF. And if there's a way to make it, future-proof somewhat. You need this much minimum,
And here's how you can adapt it up to anything else that becomes available down the line.
It's really not very difficult to once you have the Verilog or HDL site. It's really not very difficult to port it to a different one. The primary thing you have to deal with, and I have done this on some projects. I've ported a couple of different projects to the I have the E1 and the E2 words. I've ported other projects to those words. And really, kind of all I had to do was go in and change where all the pins went. You know, where's the PS2 keyboard connector? Where's the VGA output? Where's the serial port? Where does this where you just change where all the pins are in the code, and you can relatively easily port things. Now there are problems like timing and the domain RAM or if we're talking about a simple 1609 computer, well, that's not that deal. It's more complicated than get. You have a lot more issues, but
I'd say the GIME probably is more complicated than the 6-8.
Yeah. This is a higher clock speed.
Yeah, well, he's got the 2.86 megahertz option where if you have static RAM upgrades and everybody doesn't have to do dynamic RAM refresh cycles, it actually steals that back to the CPU, and that's what runs it almost 3 megahertz.
Yeah, but the video is 3.58 megahertz, and all that processing has to be
You have to divide it down for each sync and V-sync and V-sync. Yeah, that's the base clock. Asparagus. So asparagus. Curtis, did you say it was the cycle 4? Or 4? Yes. Why did you say so? I got a box of them.
Don't let those things suck up all of CoCo's in the world.
So, Brian, you had dovetail this?
Apparently, he's got Daiquiri X's in that way. So, anyway, you're up. Okay, so a while back, I shared some stuff from George. I was pronounced. I think some of you guys remember from some CoCo Fest in times past. Yeah, I do. And I had stayed in touch with his niece. She kind of reached out to me here, and one of might be interested in some stuff here. And so I'll go ahead and start sharing what I have here, and we can kind of talk as we go. Looking forward to everybody's input on what some of this stuff is. I mean, I can look it up. I just haven't had a chance, so it'll make sense here in a moment. But the first thing I'll show here when I switch the camera. The signal. There we go. So one of the first things that she had there, and this doesn't exactly tie into, but this is a mouse pad from one of the CoCo Fest, the 16th annual last CoCo Fest. I just wanted to show that one real quick there. So, does anybody have the 16th annual? This is not when I was there. I went up until 2003, and then I didn't show up again until 2016. So, okay, I missed this. That was the first thing I wanted to show there. Okay, so one thing I'll share is in talking to her, George was an electrical engineer, and some of the stuff's going to make sense here in a second when you see some of the things. So I hope some of this is here. So what she had was a whole bunch of box full of chips that he had. And is this coming through okay for you guys? Yeah, I see 1621. Okay, here's a sleeve of 3 1621s in here. And we all know what that is there. That's CoCo. Okay, the next thing here was a sleeve that was labeled RS-DOS. And I think some of you hardware guys there, Rick, Mark, see if I can zoom in here. So I apologize. My camera just doesn't seem to want to focus like it was before, so hopefully these kind of come in okay here for us.
Not like that. Oh, there you go.
They're coming into focus for you guys.
Yeah.
Mark or you know, like, was this something like, did this come from Radio Shack this way? Looking at the number, it's a 26 dash. They had like 33, 34 on it. You know, I mean, with the ROM, the way they labeled it like that, would have come.
I don't recognize it. Usually if you had a replacement ROM, it was still a fast ROM.
Okay.
I don't remember anything with CoCo
Somebody just had a nice label.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was thinking too. He just burned his own ROMs and labeled them this way with dates on them, or.
When the seed is 26, 31, 33, that's an FD 502.
Yep. Okay, take a picture here and you can put together CoCo ROMs.
And that would make sense because we're actually showing the sleeve. Here's another sleeve right here. And it's actually labeled FD 502. And I don't know how many of them are programmed, but you can see here. Oops. Well, the label that's on there says the label on the sleeve. Just wait. Yep. So that kind of looks like a Radio Shack label. Yeah, and I have a picture here that has this labeling here, and you know, like he might have ordered this part from Radio Shack, and this is how they would have shipped it. So there are some other chips that are here. 1773, that's a disk controller later. Yeah. The rest are just regular ROMs that are in here that don't have any stickers with them. So. Yep. Didn't fall out. That's right. I just wondered around the world. Let's see here. Should I keep this order here myself? Here. There we are. Let me slide these back into the sleeve here. That MX number that was on the other sleeve. What was that? MX 6429. The main clock crystal for 3. Yep, that's the one that Bill and I took out of our CoCo work and put a 32 megahertz silver clock. Of course, cassette became incompatible, etc. Because the work machines being carried. Right. Okay, so one here, Middlemark's looking up something there. So then there's also several sleeves here of processors. So here's a 6309 here. Here's a sleeve with a single 6809. Let me back the camera just a little bit here. So you can't quite read the number though because I know the holes, but it just says it's a 6809. Here's a sleeve of 4 6309s. Do you know if they're B's or C's or which version? So we have the HD63B09 EP. Okay, that's 2 megahertz, right? HD63B09, yeah, they're all the same. The 3 megahertz mode I was mentioning on the GIME-X probably would be better with the C, even though most of the B's can only bug for well. And then here's a sleeve of a whole, here's a sleeve of 9 63 or 6809s here. Whole brand new sleeve, so I'm not sure where, you got some of this from Radio Shack or where he got it all. She's unsure, it was just in a whole box of stuff there that she asked if I was interested in. Well, those are ST bands, so probably not Radio Shack. Correct. Yep. Radio Shack would have pushed more of the Motorola ones. Yeah, I think they have the bullseye. Yeah. Stuff here. year mark. So, and this actually has a name on it. So this here is a 74 LS30. See, that's like a Radio Shack. If you would have ordered it, you would have like his name right here. Like you would have ordered the part, it would have came in Radio Shack store or something like that. You would have picked it up.
Yeah, the part number's not right. Radio Shack typically had either MX or AMX prefix on ICs.
Okay. Is this maybe he might have pulled it from electrical supply?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
In fact, it's up here. LS30. Yeah, the LS30 didn't have an MX.
Okay. This is 74 LS30 and his part number equals MX7264. I was going to be interested in terms of
Yeah, the CoCo Strangiato now, so the LS30.
maybe it's a CoCo 1 and 2 or something? Or from a disc controller or something.
GIME-X chip is actually a MX7263. Oh, I'm sorry, MX7259. It's like the GIME chip. Why really can't you read?
I think the best times to wander away. It's the cheapest chip any stuff. They're in multi-packs and everything.
It's a 74 LS 244.
Okay, yeah, buffer chip. That's an AMX 3864.
And we have here a 74 LS 138. We'll see what those.
I can use all those, by the way. It's just in breadboard. I need them.
74 LS 748. That's the
Price tag.
74 LS 40. Those here.
Sleeves look a little yellowed.
That means it's vintage.
That's right.
That's why I'm yellow. Okay, gotcha.
That was John to me. Focus? Come on.
Well, that comes up like anything.
No, not today. Usually it's working really well for me.
Is that a manual focus mode or is it only automatic?
It's supposed to be automatic here.
I know it's supposed to be, but is there a manual override you can do to?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay.
Presentation.
Brought to you with Blurry.
Kind of tricky a little bit. I wonder if a white background will help.
If you put it in the palm of your hand and have your palm in the field of view, would that work?
A little picture of your face.
White didn't help. Now we have a blurry hand. All right.
Yeah.
It wants to. Almost.
41 chip, 6K RAM chip, probably 150 nanosecond or 120 to dash 12 or 15 at the end of it. Okay.
It's just an odd brand name. They got a weird number.
Yeah. No, NEC would probably be, it said D 41 to 56. I said, I already knew it was an NEC part. Okay, blurry vision. Let's see here. That's impressive, Mikey.
It's the blurry chip identification.
That's one of the fuzzy logic chips, I think.
Right.
Okay, let's see. Let's grab the
The
next
speck of dust on there, they can get just perfect.
fuzzy chip challenge. These here say it's a DM7416. National Semiconductor.
Yeah.
7416. This is the 74HC43.
Jeez, I'm old.
Name that chip. Boy, this is reading on these really light.
Oh yeah, 6416, that's the chip that blows up in your disk controller if you unplug the drives when the...
It's a buffer cable driver.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are just the
7400 here is what these are. It's kind of hard to see on the blurry vision, but
7400. Yes. We have some 74 LS14s.
Boy, this is not happy today when it comes to this focusing. She's gonna focus a little bit better because I really want to show you guys something here.
Got it for a second there.
You need a background with the pattern in it. Mouse and it's
Or your desk.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Hey, it did.
There it goes.
Significant or something like that.
Yeah, these are 74 LS. This is what this is here. There we go. Okay. So and let's see what we have here. There's a little sleeve here that just has some 8718s, 87E7. Oh, these are just different ROMs or?
That was the date code you gave us. 87.
Okay. Yep.
You need the big long number that you don't want to read.
There's no. I don't think there's any way for us to know what that really is. Yeah.
What's the label on the outside of the box say?
Fire sauce.
I wonder if they are flash ROMs.
And it might be a one-shot ROM. Okay. And I can try to put it in my reader and see what. Right. Yeah, I don't think the box is helping it. It's been repurposed.
Those are static RAMs.
That's kind of what I thought
too.
These are
41 6464s.
This is 128
RAM chips on the outside.
No, that's probably pulled. Oh no, actually no. The 120 would be 16 chips.
Well, they got those have extra. Yeah, those are 18 bits. So what they 64s?
This is KM 41464.
Those are 64K by 4K.
This is 7K by 4. Oh, so that's like the 4 chips in a 120K CoCo 3 then.
CoCo 3?
Yes. Or the pair of them.
They probably later see CoCo 2s.
Yeah,
they probably came out of CoCo 3.
I think it's
set box, isn't it?
I'm not sure you have exactly what.
It's a cassette box.
Yeah, it's one of those cassette mailers. Yeah. Plastic ones. I have them. Got a quick question from Wayne Cabell in the chat. He said, "What does the PN63B09EP stand for?"
Plastic.
Plastic package. There you go.
versus ceramic or material.
Those are
20 and dip ICs.
Wow, there's some insight. Did you say RGB DOS? Like I say on the outside here. Okay, that's Roger Krupski's DOS for probably his SCSI.
Oh, come on, no one's gonna call me on that?
And then we had a little, just a
ceramics.
a little pair of some various size sockets.
Ew.
Yep, and then just four sockets. Here's a wedge of them all. Five of them. Six of them all kind of swished together. Unfortunately, the pins on the bottom one got a little bent. Packaging. You swish them together. And then I really won't need to take one out of the bag here, but this is just a bag full of various size capacitors and stuff that are in here. A nice little set of that stuff. And then the next two things are the part. I was going to say what's the expression? The other resistance. Okay, so this is an MX661. I got three of them. This is the salt chip.
Oh, okay.
New ones. Brand new salt chips. I know three of them. Stock. Awesome.
Now we know who to write to.
$3.38. Yeah, you're committed now. You showed the price there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, don't get away from that. And then that was $19. Okay. And three guesses as to what these are.
Ooh.
Mine. This is three brand new Gimme chips. These are all 87s. They are. That's why Rick said gimme. And I have tested when they all work. That was one of your better dad jokes, Jason. I do what I can. So I was really excited when I saw this, and I didn't really realize it was in there until I got the box. So salt chips and these gimmies were nice missile. So basically, you got three of unobtainium. So basically, you have to order three of the sports Bob's working on right now. You're ready to go. I got sockets. I got chips. I got the salt. Right. Does anybody have any idea what a B might have been? There was a little B, a little sticker with a B written in it. Anybody have any idea what that might have been? And send it to me. I'll find out. Send it to me. At first, I thought maybe somebody tested these were bad Gimme chips that came out. And somebody swapped them out for good ones, but I've read them all.
It's fairly obvious what the sticker B was for, was that they're now for Brian.
Or they're badass chips. They're bad. Send it to me for testing.
But all three of them seem to have a different silk screening.
C60 in the chat, Karen, he's saying Tandy loved to call things B for no apparent reason.
I didn't notice Tandy does use those like full punch stickers to mark chips with. They used to use them to mark upgradable pack. Just like those little round, they look like they punch stickers out of them.
Sometimes different colors.
Yeah.
You got them all over the place. You got Korea, you got Mexico.
What's the far left one say?
This one here. This is Korea.
There's one on each end.
Two Koreas
It's all the same manufacturer,
right?
Well, they came out of two different lanes.
Different plans.
same logo.
Same, yeah, that's VLSI's logo, isn't it? Or my
Yeah,
TI?
I
don't think it's VLSI.
I think it's TI.
You see the Tandy Corporation on the middle one. It's VLSI. Sorry. That was a nice little find in there. And then here, let me back up just a little bit here. And this was also in there. And I haven't been able to identify who made this. Ooh, it was a memory upgrade. Ooh. 56. Now let me back up just a little bit here, and I'll show. I keep pressing the button on the camera. So there's this one here. This was in there. Now here's this one here.
Was that one of the early Cloud 9s?
That's what I was wondering too. Well, I'm wondering because here's a Cloud 9 that maybe you guys have seen before. Yeah, I had one of those.
Yeah. I think we had one of those at the last Fest auction.
Yep, this might be the one. I did on that one. So you can see the Cloud 9 right here.
Yeah, and I actually took that and showed it to Mark.
Okay.
And just to jog some old memories. Hey, one of these. Remember this?
So you see here's the long row pins right here. Here's the short row pins. So this would have sat in here. This little notch right here. This is where the RF box would have been on the CoCo, right? That's sat in there. Now this one here, you can see the long row pins is right here. And the short row, so this would set like this around the RF box. The RF box would have sat right here then. Oops, live is not. There we are.
Actually, I think the RF box is on the other cutout.
No, it's right here. I'll show you here in a second. Let me do this.
I could be backwards.
No, that's fine. Let me just show. Let me do this here as a perspective. So here's yet another similar. I'll say. Let me take the top off this guy here. You have a CoCo with screws in it. Yeah, what is that? I don't understand. Okay, so you can see this one here looks a lot like the one that I showed. Okay. So here's a Cloud 9 right here, and you can see how its profile looks very similar. Now this one here does not say Cloud 9 right here, and it doesn't have any markings on it as well. But you can see the chips and sockets a little different, where these are laying down, these are upright. But I know Paul Barton made a few 512K boards himself with Sims early on, and some of them I think had to use 8 chip Sims, and others could use 849 if I remember correctly. Okay.
Are there really any differences, or they just lay down sockets?
So these traces right here, they're not on here. This is mostly so the footprint of the circle is the same, but the traces are different. It's only the knockoff. And so as a perspective, it's right here. Here's the one that was in the stuff that I was just sharing. It would set like this, as far as how it would plug in. So, like I said, I just haven't been able to identify this one. This one here, that's an 8-chip SIM version, not a 9.
One last question for you, Brian.
If you flip over the lower one, the other round one,
this one.
what are the traces on the bottom
of that look like? Nothing. Wow. Way different.
Yeah, they're there.
Okay.
But it's like, did they just put
the bottom on the top?
Two different looking at there?
Like flip layers.
Yeah. There's
Oh, yeah, from the bottom to the top. This one here, I know it's not seated in there very tight. So here's this one here.
That one's more complicated. Someone did some simplification. Okay.
We should ask Mark at some point how many revisions of that board did he make? Yeah, relayed it out. I thought about taking some pictures and trying to email him or something. Maybe even just bring this to the fest next year. Like you said, maybe he had different versions of the board. It wasn't until this one here they actually decided to put some logos on it. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember, there's the 8-pin or the 8-chip version, the 9-chip, and the 9-chip had the ECC error correcting stuff that, if I remember correctly. And there was a changeover at some point in the 90s, I think, when we started getting the first SIM-based boards, that they switched between which of the two types you needed. Yeah, Because the 8-bit ones, or the 8-bit ones were the ones for Macs, if I remember, originally, and then the 9s were for PCs. Or was it the other way around? The 9-pin ones have parity. Okay, so yeah, I think it was Macs used the 8s, and then the PCs used the 9s, and then everybody switched to 9s because it was cheaper, of course, because it was a much bigger market.
Yeah, I think just used 9s, but generic PCs use 8s or 9s. That's kind of interesting because I've been up a little bit of discovery trying to figure out.
You made that one.
Yeah.
And it's using 8 chip because you can see the missing socket pads for the 9. I'm trying to find the lane mount machine, and I see the solder mask one, the spade up sockets. I haven't seen the solder mask one side sockets. The slanted sockets yet. I haven't seen the non-solder mask one at all.
At 87, give me that.
Agreement is me, so it has the solder mask stuff.
Like the money has
Yeah.
But it has no name. There's just nothing there. It even has jumper. What is that? C? What is that? C is under the jumper. This is C. This is CN4. Right. So this is CN. This is CN3 on the side.
They pay money to solder this silk screen. They didn't put their name on it.
Right. Underneath the Sims, would it? No, I did not. Sims. No, I did not. Nothing other than more silk screen from the layout of the sockets underneath there. So anyway, it's been a mystery item, I guess. Do you remember if Ian Maverick, if he sold 5 12K sim upgrades? I was just wondering, maybe it's one of his. No, I haven't been cool about it. Let's see. Here is that. That lot? I think it is. Yeah, I just kind of share a little bit. I thought it was kind of timely. I planned on sharing this stuff this week, and then Bob was going to be doing his soldering, and so I thought, well, boy, this might be kind of nice. Because here's all the different parts, or many of the parts, as far as ICs go. Yeah, he's at Rico Fest as where I first met. CoCo Fest. And Chad, like I said, was and she said that he was electrical engineer. That was his, as we did for a living. I have a couple of his side quest drives, and also as your blank controller of the side quest, use the, what was that company that did the SCSI drive? Them guys who did Archimedes, I remember. Yeah, there was a company that did the SCSI drive. Kenton, thank you. Yep. So I have two of the controllers and 2 of the drives that he had. I haven't had a chance to get them going to see what interesting things might be on those drives that he might have saved though. But yeah, so this was in a box of stuff that they found and reached out to me like, absolutely, yeah, I'll take it, of course. I thought the box was kind of neat though. This the box all came in. This side is the top. And on here it says side turn up before opening. So obviously, so you didn't open it up and spill the contents all over. So that was kind of interesting. But I will mention one thing about the Canton Electronics SCSI controllers that you demo did at Rainbow Fest. His was the only, because there's SCSI from a few other companies as well, but his was fully implemented. You can actually have 2 CoCos, you can have 2 masters on one SCSI drive and share the same hard drive. And you can demo that on a CoCo 2 64K. Didn't even need a CoCo 3 for that. And that was one part of the demo that always struck out to me because it was more expensive than some of the other hard drive solutions at the time, so I never bought one. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. You could run one hard drive shared between two physical notebooks.
Very cool.
Since you were talking about RAM upgrades with the SIM, I thought I'd just show you the one I made back in the day. Just share a screen. So that's the RAM upgrade that I actually made using SIM.
Wow, yours is compact.
Yeah.
Not like a cable. You got a cable over the other.
Yeah, cable. Yeah.
Wow. That's sweet. I like how you have the EV pin right now, so that thing will never escape.
That's how they came. Well, not all of them, but yeah, a lot of CoCo 3s came with that, yeah.
Probably because it's Australia and they knew they might fall out.
Well,
That's the way it's always been. A lot of people get a CoCo pin thinking it's that's pushed to give you back.
right, yeah.
One?
Right. Anyway.
You still have that by chance?
It's in my PAL CoCo 3, yes.
Did you just make this one for yourself, or was this something? Okay.
Yeah, I made it for myself.
So it's really unique one-off?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, is your hardware skills like your software skills? You had no bugs and then to make the revisions to this?
Oh, no bugs, of course. It's just perfection. Yeah. Did you clip the two capacitors? Yes, they are clipped. And I think they're down here.
Yeah, this is an outdoor, so it might be a bit different than what
It's in a different place, but yeah, there are two.
Now, did you do this just because, like, can I do it, or did you do it because they think I can make it cheaper than what I think it's because it's cheap? Answer.
I'm trying to think why I did it, because I did have a 512K RAM board before that. I think I might have had a Tandy one, those
16 or 7166s.
Yeah, those donut fries.
Warmer.
Yeah.
You might have used for cooling, basically.
Yeah. I did. I think I got my hands on a few SIMs from an IBM PC, and I thought, I wonder if it'll work if I did this. And of course, about 3, it works with pop. Is that white square thing white square thing? Yeah,
Crystal.
the power supply. Oh, the power. Oh, gee. Yeah.
It's built into the side of the case. It looks like one of those thermal resistors.
Yeah, I think it's not melted, but it's stuck on just for heat dissipation.
We don't have one of those in our machine.
I think so, yeah. This is a PAL one.
This gives me a whole new segment idea. Why did Nick Moretti do that? Or can Nick Moretti remember why he did that?
Actually, wait a bit. See if I can switch over. Let's do a stop.
Is that Pinch Up Pro you're using?
Yeah,
that's what I use.
Yeah, it's a good program.
Is it an old version?
Yes, version 7.
Yeah, I use 6. No.
Yeah, 7 was the last one. Hang on, watch. There you go.
It's a great program.
It is.
It's easy.
Here it comes. There's the main board a bit more complete. So that's a PAL motherboard. There's you can see the RAM upgrade. Note the CPU is sideways. Yeah, they're both because we're upside down, just tipped over. What comes from the tin is black. It's rusted a bit. Oh, sorry.
he's been through a house fire or something.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Now, does that top of that case have the screen in it?
No, it doesn't. We didn't.
I think only Canada did that.
And the power supplies, we don't have that middle gate around the transformer. We just got a piece of cardboard.
The computer's the least amount to worry about it. It's going to
Yeah, because we got the living thing in Australia from what's the Achilles.
They're black square things.
No, it's a little rubber bumper, so it pressed on the top of the lid to keep it down. Note the ROM chip, the extended super extended basic is in a ROM. That's how they came in over here.
Is the window not covered?
It's got a silver foil on there. And yeah, the power ones that came with the ROM. Because the ROM had to be changed to suit.
Yeah, the GIME-X has to be booted up in PAL mode, for example. Or the GIME.
The Yeah. They didn't have master ROMs, they didn't have an EEPROM, and it was way lower production.
Does that have a window, or is that the really cheesy ones where the silver sticker actually provides?
I think it has a window.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very clean. That's nice.
Yeah, well, I wanted it to look as minimal as possible, so that was what I came up with. Note the two connectors, 1, 2. That was the board that then connected beneath the motherboard, and then converted the RGB from the GIME into a PAL composite.
Yeah, which is why your PAL color set is the same as RGB, whereas our NTSC has completely different colors.
So the composite output on the GIME is not wide up, it's actually it's connected. Because we can't use the NTSC output. So they had to regenerate the composite of the RGB.
That was a little satellite card you had underneath.
Yeah, it goes underneath. Yeah. And it plugged in through those two connectors there.
Yeah, I remember you showing that. It's been years now.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a PAL CoCo 3 with my RAM board on there.
You just made everybody in Europe envious because, of course, they could have been running PAL CoCo 3s, but they never consulted their director.
No.
Well, the word that you don't hear very often is that memory upgrades look very professional.
Yeah, and bug-free.
It's usually something you don't hear on this show without the qualifier on in front of it.
Just realize a lot more things I'll show you.
It's not another version of Neutroid, is it? Please don't.
I've seen it already. Coming.
Neutroid revolutions to come after Reloaded?
I prefer to regurgitated.
There's the satellite board.
Underneath
the motherboard there.
I like how the foil reflects the Athena. It's kind of a
You can see underneath the board.
perspective.
That's the RGB output connector.
And all those little annoying clips to hold that on.
Yeah, that's right. They're all there still. Okay, well, that's it. That's the tour of PAL CoCo. Okay.
I'm glad it didn't get thrown out.
Yeah, I was very excited to get it, very privileged to have it. Very complimentary too, and glad to see that some stuff from our own is going to continue. Yeah.
I've never taken a board on my CoCo 3. I didn't know that was there. I think he's referring to the PAL daughter board.
Yeah.
text all of it, just to make sure that we cover pending evidence. This months to go. So, remove it from, acquisition.
There's no, I believe there is no David Ladd version mark. That's why there's no such string.
Right. No, I've actually verified this person. The street does exist.
It's all right. I've gotten several pieces of mail for Canada here, so.
Let's say you live in Ontario, right?
No, I live in Ohio.
If you have the original CoCo floppy controller, you could image card out of the camera.
I mean, there's some floppy disk.
Yeah, it's a floppy disk.
Yes.
David Ladd special coming up.
Anyway, I just wanted to let everyone.
I'm kind of curious about that because I helped one of my coworkers. I traveled to his office. They were moving from one building to another. And he said, I got a box here for you, Brian. And so because he knows that I'm into retro. And one of those cameras was in there along with some 8-inch floppy disk that he had from a little system they had long ago. But the one that's like in the upper right-hand corner there, that looks quite a bit like that. So what were you saying? The original floppy disk controller could read those disks if you...
Yes, if you have a high-density technical controller, read the disks out of this thing.
You have to modify the controller.
Yeah, you have to change the controller.
Let's give it that
Who wouldn't want this camera? I mean, geez. I mean, killing professional.
Like you're serious.
You got the flip up thing. Oh, look at this. One feature that we didn't early example.
I'll stick with my 480 by 16.
Yeah, that is exactly Here's the new equivalent. A little smaller. It's still got
Actually, I didn't have an acquisition this week. Regurgitator.
Unfortunately, your address was correct.
Sorry.
I think Ron had beat the show.
Ron's correct.
Is that it for new acquisition, by the way?
I hope so.
Take it away, Ron. Let's see.
Run away with it.
I don't think prepared. Hang on a second. I have to switch to my browser screen here. This will take a break. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Get it up nice from both.
Sorry for the deal.
We do a commercial we have to run too, so.
But we'll come back after the commercial. All right, it's up, right? Yep. Okay.
There we go.
All right. So we Veterans Day today. Everybody.
And Remembrance Day here in Canada. I'm not sure what it's called.
And just going around with this little icon in the corner of the screen. See it? It's big, and it's AI. This is a futuristic Tandy color computer 3.
That looks more retro than futuristic. It's got blinking lights and everything.
And it's still in the big grade. It's Battleship grade.
Yep.
Right.
Does it have the original Star Trek computer voice?
Probably
that or
and then you go, this is pretty cool.
Must have did it itself. With AI. And then I asked Fred Flintstone using a Radio Shack computer and picked something up with.
Over here, Sam's also.
Yeah.
Interesting, huh?
Kind of without radio.
There's no rock or any kind of like car that you had to push or wind up or anything.
Like the bird that did the stone tablet that had to race it over to the destination.
Yeah. Check that out.
Or the woolly mammoth vacuum cleaner.
It's a living.
Yep. Okay, so there's that. And there's Rainbow Magazine. And I'm going to take you to another site of mine called Rainbow Color Computer Magazines. And I've got a bunch of rainbows. I don't know why they spell things wacky. Maybe they're thinking, if you look at some of the stuff writing in that, it doesn't make any sense. I'll just have text there.
Did you do that for copyright reasons?
Look, yeah, maybe Rainbow.
I think that proves that we're still safe from AI for a bit yet in the beginning.
And
also spells radio with two eyes.
Yeah, and look, the edges are, just like we've used it since the 90s.
That is a brand.
Still more accurate than some of the knockoffs
I've
I've
seen from overseas.
So what do you guys think of that? Probably want to see if you can actually, hone it down to something else, maybe.
I can't say I liked any of the retro computer designs he came up with.
that brain one right there is great because that's obviously not a sound card upgrade. All that stuff next to the monitor.
They have a light show going on.
Yeah, the blinking lights are to help the sound.
Yeah, do you want to see some of the other these you can't see. It's just shot. I was kind of put off by it, so I didn't really into them. Not like a computer.
Yeah, I noticed the Amigos, a lot of them have like some of the AI generators too. They're all connected to new video games and things. It seems to be a pretty popular pastime.
Well, they've done it with 68 Dodge Charger. They have the AI comes up with the body, but then the back, it's a car. Fin is missing. You have just one fin up. Doesn't go across the back. And I'm thinking, well, what is that? It's maybe it's a 55 or something. I don't know. It's crazy. I got my computer back. Sloopy. And it worked. Still works.
This is one that Paul Barton had not fixed it for Josh's favorite.
Right. Yep. It did break in the shipment. I was able to glue it back together. And the back corner. He sent it back to me. The corner here was chipped off. And I was able to glue it back on, but you can't tell. 500 feet, it's a booger. Yeah. Now I got a question for some of you guys that are really smart on disk formats. This is CoCo running on CoCo 2. Okay. And my question was, I don't think I've ever seen a Dragon running a Comax. Have you? And I've never seen anybody showing pictures or making this nice color thing.
If you look at color on it, first of all, the Dragon is PAL. The CoCo could run on a Dragon. There's nothing stopping it with apples, patches, etc. The problem is that disk formats are completely different between the two. You'd have to make an entirely new disk image with new binary
which is what I did. I took and emptied a disk of CoCo which was the hacked one. So you didn't need the converter thing, the white thing. Yeah. So I took it all out, and then I got a VDK, formatted. Just empty and all back in. Problem is, I don't know which ones are binary or which one. I know the basic programs are, basic EAS or further can be ASCII. Yeah. So
the basic program has to be Dragon because it's
Need to translate it through.
so they have to be ASCII. Okay. I did one basic.
Once you transfer the Dragon, you can load the ASCII and then resave it as a regular basic, and that'll work because it'll convert the ASCII characters into the tokenized basic.
On what?
On the Dragon itself. Or
they didn't even show up on the ASCII. Put it on the SD card. On the Dragon, it didn't show up.
None of those things did. Does the CoCo SDC work on the Dragon?
yeah, there's an Ipswich setting for it inside.
I haven't. So it should have worked.
I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I just took a stab in the dark and tried to do it that way. It didn't work. I figured I'd mention it here. Maybe somebody can get back to me on it later. Okay. All right. Next thing. This I think made.
Yeah, way back in his site.
Yeah. And so I put an SD card slot in here and the little light, and
You have a socks machine?
I have it, yes.
But everybody replied below wants one. Give me your money,
stuff like that.
Because it's
cool. I was imagining trying to open that up. It's huge.
Because look how big it's as wide as it is a PC keyboard.
After that much extra case space, you can probably build the multi-mag in slots on the facing up or something on the right side of the case.
In the chat says Mike pointed out that the Ford he got recently had a Dragon port of CoCo-Max in it.
Really?
But yeah, that was one that museum picked up, right? The museum in Holland or whatever it was.
Someone direct me to it if they could.
It has been done.
Oh, cool.
Well, show us.
Gosh. Here's
this is a lot of real estate right here.
Take back one.
I put an acre.
Ron was not a TI guy.
No.
I had a friend that was, and he had
the
expansion section that went off
Plus thing,
2 to 3 months.
That's where you have down the second table.
Yeah,
exactly.
If you have a TI, then you get a cable length.
Now we hear the voice in the picture. This is in the elevator.
I thought it was cool.
Just looking at this picture screen traumatizes me.
Yes.
What did I do?
Yeah.
There it is, hardware.
Anyway,
I think this is pretty much it. I had got some basic 16K laying around, so did some Halloween stuff for it.
That's about
it. There's
it's the Halloween part, right?
Distinguished individual.
Yeah, really.
That's about it, guys.
Having time.
Stuff. That Bing experiment was fairly hilarious.
So let's
if you get a chance and you guys play AI, take some pictures off, and maybe we should get AI corners, how close to get to.
The chamber was
Can put so many different things in there. I was along the Skype on AI a lot of science that say, you know, basically you can think whatever you want to think because our language is flexible. You know, say stuff like that. And it's kind of like, you know, go away. You know, like.
It's only a minor upgrade from Eliza then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. They've got a little area, not much.
It's a bit more politically correct.
What they do is, you wonder by the way they put up a little picture, and from that first picture you think to yourself, is this it? It's pretty lame. You know, it looks real.
To this day, they describe it as a deep language model. Eliza just deep.
It's Eliza for 64K instead of 32.
Right. It makes sense as long as people are leading it.
I would love to see the look on the faces of the AI folks as they watch this clip for the first time. Wait. Everything we built in this giant building and all that work we did for years, tuning and fighting and visiting Congress, and these guys think it's just Eliza for 64K. What?
Okay, 128K.
That's the CoCo 3 version of Eliza. Yeah.
Has anybody had Eliza talk to the AI?
A long time ago, when they first were building out what we now call the internet, one of the famous experiments was to get two of these chat programs to talk to each other. And they wrote it up. It's called the Dr. Parody. And they had basically wired these two chats to talk over the nascent internet at the time. So it's been done. But yeah, like what if we got the Facebook one, the Llama one, to talk to the OpenAI one? And get them in a fight. Isn't that good?
Yeah.
And then, or maybe bring back Microsoft's K, which got corrupted within hours of getting added to the internet. The people who taught this for chatbot to be the most important thing in existence. Yeah.
Basically, what I was showing you corrupt pictures. What I wanted to show you. You're an interpretation from I don't know, whoever programmed it, right? Is that what you're getting?
Well, it's not only the programming, it's deciding what you meant based on looking at millions of pictures that were classified. So it says, all of these are old computers, so how do I average all these together? And which ones seem to have the traits that mostly look like what he's talking about. So
you have to be rather specific is what you're saying.
Yep. Yeah. It's a giant predictive text system from your phone with bigger database.
You explain that well.
In 60s, obviously used to Eliza in the past, as Jenny said, but how does Eliza for 64K make you feel?
That's when you included swear words, right?
Alright. Let's do a break and we'll come back. Mark can give us an update on CoCo Tech and also do the Game On Challenge. What do you want to do? Okay. Start off the list. Okay, here we go. This button. Boy.
Kiesler, Kieran Hanscom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Tom Barber, Eric Canales, Lynn Hewlett, Grant Watkey, Grant Levy, Henry Strickland, Larson, Kent Reichard, Holloway, Patrick Hewland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Baker, Paul Ellenberg, Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steve, TJ, Chris, Tom C, Tom Gunderson, Tom S, and William A. Thank you so much, patrons. Let's do the CoCo Tech. Next.
Welcome everybody's favorite segment. Who's new to Discord?
Storycraft says your name, mark out, your systems, all, TS, TRS, Commodore, Atari, Amiga, Apple, V, Next, SGI, Sun, Aquarius, TN99, stuff I'm forgetting. Mostly I've been spending time working with my QL clones. Looking for? I am itching to write a multi-platform BBS system that can run individually, but network nodes aren't as much as the 8-bit phone. I'll probably just end up tinkering something up with QL.
How does that make you feel?
Hi, I'm Derek S. from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm an 80s kid, and my first computer was a Tandy Color Computer 3. I've been a professional software developer for the past 20 years, and I can still remember being a kid sitting in front of my CoCo, knowing that I wanted to program computers for a living when I grew up. It has made me so happy to see a lively community still excited and building on the CoCo and other retro systems. Thank you. The previous buyers were edited for time. Thanks to Alex Gale, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Andy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation service. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com. See you on Discord.
Okay, you are back. So, let's talk about CoCo Tech and upcoming schedule.
It's Mike Hughes. Hey there, this is Mark over Hoser, kind of running a CoCo Tech thing at the moment. And basically, this last Tuesday, I had Paul Fiscarelli on with his tool. We've been working on for a couple of years called CoCo Sprite, which is designed to do basically animated sprites for CoCo 3. And look at it, there's a category yet on YouTube for putting it up by itself. Just scroll back through and find it on Tuesday, the last CoCo Game On Challenge. Anyway, great tool. Lets you import apps and PNGs directly into it, and it'll convert them to color map for CoCo 3, palettes and stuff. And then you can actually take a sheet of sprites that has images you've drawn up, chuck them in individual sprites to animate it through. And it's really cool because it'll generate the code and then push it directly into either Xroar or VCC. This is a Windows tool. And so it'll animate the thing right there on their emulators. Very cool. Very glad to have Paul Fiscarelli there on. And we'll have a follow-up at some point with Paul Fiscarelli. I think some of the other together. We'll see. Coming up next week is going to be DriveWire. We have Mikey Furman from My Drive Prior and we speak. And so we should be covering history of DriveWire and stuff. All the various implementations are currently around. And that'll be this coming Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That should be UTC -4. Sorry, -5. Stuff like this. Anyway. So I'm joining us. It'll be a lot of fun. Also have scheduled the week after that G-Shell on Nature's Time. It'll be with Curtis Boyle and Rick Hewlett. And 2 weeks after that will be Grease Weasel and Paul Fiscarelli uses and with Paul and stay with that. That's what we have on the schedule. And we'll be getting some other things as well. These games rolled on Tuesday.
That can change if somebody wants to, or somebody wants to postpone and can't do it on a Tuesday, so don't feel schedule.
Oh yeah, it's nicely in weeks, and we figure that a bit.
So isn't that the day that the hotel just right?
Yeah, very well could be.
Ken, you ready? Yes? No, he's not feeling quiet. Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
Alright, for a while.
You had to wake up first.
Alright.
What, the news is
Wrong button. Just try that button.
Oh, that was the classic though. Actually, no. My scores I did that were lower. David Craker, 2,200. Jim Fry, 3,260. Malibu, 6320. Coconut Bob, 7,600. Shenley, 7920. Nick Morentis, 9810. Nerf Herder, 17,090. Brian Walsh, 30,820. And first place this week we had Buck Owens and Canada, both with 2,700.
Oh, I thought Brian Walsh.
You again next week.
Didn't Brian Walsh?
Buck Owens. Didn't Brian Walsh win?
And the CoCo Strangiato Brian Walsh got another higher score. Maybe
that was his higher score.
Oh, was it? Okay. That's all right. And CoCo Nation salutes the Tasman.
Yahoo! I gotta be different. Yeehaw! If I made a mistake on that Brian Walsh, then just let me know and I will correct it next week.
I'm probably read it wrong.
Because I always make mistakes. I'm very good at that.
You're just looking at it upside down.
Yeah, probably.
Alright, so, we played Detroit Reloaded this week. I think that's all we have to say about that. The other game that we played this week.
Oh, done again.
No more regurgitating that game again. I think this version was perfect. Nick, you don't have to make another version. Yeah, he's been pressing too hard.
It's too late already. No.
Okay, so obviously I didn't have the best of scores in this game. So, I'm not very good at it, let's just put it that way. I don't have the ability to have good things, I guess. But, so...
What you're saying is you suck.
Yeah, definitely. At this game, very much. Definitely it was infinitely more playable than the last version. Or the version before that. Or the version before that. Or the version before that. And so on. So, people that got further in the game, what did you guys think of it?
Brilliant!
You beat Ken, didn't you? No? I
I barely beat Mark and Mark. I can, the people probably didn't hear us in the stream there, but the two scores for the two marks. One was done trying to actually play the game with the joystick, and the other one was just letting it go on its own.
I literally, the game started, and I didn't do anything, I just watched it bounce back and forth, and I got a score of 110 without touching controls at all. All my other scores I tried for lower.
That was basically me. I think other than the score that I submitted, my other highest score was like 130.
Wow, the moral of the story is don't try.
Pretty much. There you go. So, I don't know, anybody else on the screen here actually, so Nick and Curtis, you're the guys that got the better scores than the other three of us here. Well, Nick wrote the game, so he's got a bit of an advantage. I didn't get a chance to play it too much. It's definitely better than the previous versions. It's much more understandable. I just didn't have much time to play it. I did want to mention, though, out of the high score list, I think the top four all actually completed the game, because there's an end.
Yeah, there is an end.
Level 16. And Nick, the author, did not. Just to put that out there. Yeah.
No, I didn't. The game's too hard.
And it's not understandable. No, I'm just kidding.
That's right. But interesting how the two high scores got the same top score.
Yeah, does that mean they got a perfect game? No, I think Bob did that on purpose.
Did he?
Yeah, because if you watch his video on it, he gets up close to there, and he's just about there, and he's just scoring a couple points, then he got the score, and he let himself die.
I thought that was all.
I kind of noticed those two guys were also back around. Yeah, they were the guys.
They know all those special clips that Nick gave them to cheat. No, just
check to the mile, guys.
Basically, the main thing for me is that you just have to get used to the controls, and you have to get used to the fact that if you're starting to head to try to hit one of them on the edge, if you know you're going to miss, then just quickly, hit the button twice to do like a 180-degree turn, give yourself some time to rejigger what you're going. Once I kind of got that, that's when I started scoring over 1,000 fairly regularly, and just sure it takes extra practice.
Basically, you're hitting to get off the edge. Just dodge it, just like you would in any game. Oh, I think I'll sit here and let the Galaxians shoot me. Yeah,
that's what you do, isn't it?
That's right. That's the same in this. You have to actually dodge the dangerous things.
No, you just keep shooting until they hit you. You don't have to.
Buck and they've mastered the technique of milking it. So they know that they'll get as many of the Protroids as they can, and then before finishing the round, sit there and just wait for the anti-droids to appear, collect the anti-matter things, and then wipe out the anti-droids, because you get extra points for the anti-droids. So they just sit there doing that for as long as they can. And then they just move on to the next level. So they really milk points.
Yeah, but one thing. Let's not forget one or both of them are actual AI.
Yeah, well. So if I was to read, or rather, when I redo this game, I'm going to not have that function in there.
Always with the thread.
That's right. I'll make sure I don't have the ability to milk it.
By the way, we've got a couple comments in the chat here I want to do covering Neutroid here. So first of all, from Excel Paradise Alan, he says, Neutroid never made sense to me, but with the restored grid, this version finally makes sense, and with the sound and effects that have showcased in the graphics game. Totally agree. And Scott Cooper, Tasman, says, Nick, I sent you money, don't tell them you gave me the cheap books. And I agree with that.
I blew it.
But yes, definitely an improved version. And This is a game, Ken. I think what happens is that it takes you a couple of hours to really get into it. Yeah. To figure it out. You can't just put it on for an hour or two and figure you'll start getting a bazillion score. You know, you have to kind of get the feel for it, and that takes a bit of time. And then once you get past, say, 3 or 4 hours, I think your scores will improve. Because I've played it a few times before. I was one of their beta testers too. And I hadn't played it since then until now. So I kind of forgot everything. But I was starting to get the hang of it again by the end of the show. So.
I think Tasman said that to get that score, it took him an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty long game when you sit there.
Brian Walsh says if I had had an extra 20 minutes or so, I would have made it a 3-way tie for first, so he could have done better too.
Can we run this game on challenge for another week?
Let me think about that. No. You can run it on CoCo Tech. Just because the game on challenge is over does not mean you can't continue playing the game. Yeah, we have another game channel you can post scores to that's not for the official game channel, so feel free to. And then Mark can use his special Mark AI to, that's Mark over there, using his Mark AI to see how well he can score on himself. Exactly.
Cool. And now, what about the other great game?
Ooh, boy. We can you suck for that one, sorry, because, boy, there's a lot of perfectness in this game.
Well, you can't handle a bouncing dot on the screen. I can't imagine it.
I've actually right now the higher scores in Prospect.
I thought the game was, when I first saw the game, I didn't actually play it. I just let it, I looked at the graphics, I thought, that looks quite professionally drawn in it. Now this looks like it could be a really good game. I'll tell Ken. Yeah, that's right. I told Ken and Ken put it up there. And then of course everyone started playing it, then we thought, this game sucks.
I have to say, the game itself is not bad, it's the controls and the you move too quickly, and you have zero room for error to jump over things, and the hitbox, I mean, if you get within 4 or 5 pixels of a bad guy, it kills you. And the other thing is that the control to pick up this hole where you have to center perfectly over the hole, push down, and then back up. Because so many times I'd be running to get it before the thing came over, and you'd miss by a pixel and you can't go down, you can't pick it up, even though you're literally over top the entire damn thing. Okay, tips and tricks. Coming up. As you're running up towards the hole where you have to get it, just diagonal, put your joystick diagonally, and then you run forward and you drop right in. Oh, I didn't catch that. Cool. I may have a slightly improved score this next time.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot too.
It also works on the ladders. Don't I was having so much trouble with pixel perfect stuff at the start, but then when I figured out if you use it on a diagonal, you still move forward, but then you drop in or go up.
Oh, that's alright. Yeah.
Okay, that's quite a bit.
Okay, yeah. I'll have to have another look at that.
And when you use the joystick, just put it in the corner.
Yeah, that's right. Now, when you do go and collect that gold or whatever it is, and you drop down into the hole or whatever, you're safe at that point, aren't you?
Yes, that's also the good thing is you wait and hold until all the things are in a good position for you to pop out and go get into another hole. So it's basically a good strategy for the game. You just go from hole to hole.
Right.
Just take one hole ahead. I'm kind of looking forward to these tips here for the next challenge live here, because I think that will improve us for knowing both those tricks.
The game may have redeemed itself. We'll give it a try next week.
Let's suck it. It does. If you get into a position where you have to jump over things, it's very frustrating. Or running off the edge, which is what I kept doing. Yeah.
Did you read the manual, Curtis?
I briefly glanced at it about halfway through playing it. It took me a little bit. Also, it took me a little bit to figure out when you actually clear a screen how to edit the screen.
Yeah, that part I didn't know either. Because you have to tell me during the stream. I said I got them all. What do I do now?
A little platform forms at the top that you have to run up to and get onto, and it makes a ladder that you have to climb up.
Yeah. One of the floors has just a different color or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Like on the first screen, it actually covers up one of the gaps. I've never made it past the second screen, so I don't know where it is. But it covers up one of the gaps on the top of the screen, and then you have to run up and stand on it. You go up the ladder, go to the next level.
Yeah, it doesn't actually make the ladder appear like Load Runner does when you complete. You have to go on to where that's the square.
Oh yeah, you gotta go up the square. As soon as you touch the square, the ladder appears.
I did manage to make it to the second screen. And for those who don't know, this was originally published in December 1989. 88. It's got 50 screens built in. If you read the article, you can actually create your own levels too. I don't know if anybody's going to take the time to do that, but I'm really curious whether Kazman and Buck and some of the others can actually make it through all 50 screens on this. If they don't, we'd sort of frustrated to throw the joystick across first.
Or you just make a screen that's got no bad guys, just all holes with nuggets. There you go. You just get points.
I'm definitely going to have to try your tricks there, Ken, because I didn't realize any of those, and that sounds like it'll greatly improve my experience with the game.
Yeah, maybe.
Particularly the diagonal joystick thing for getting on the ladders, that was the most frustrating part for me, was that run over and the guy would be maybe 2 seconds away from hitting me, and I want to grab the gold and go down the next ladder. And, I'd be sitting there, won't go down, and would go a little too far, and you still can't go down, you gotta go back the other way, and that would just get frustrating as heck.
Yep. Thinking 8 directions rather than 4.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Those are the 2 games that we played last week. And does anybody want to know? Oh, wait. Before we do that, let's talk about our live program.
Yeah, I thought Suzu was going to do it, but I guess he had to leave. It's not on here.
Yeah. So I will see. Where is my... I got too many damn things open on my computer. There we go. There. So here is the live show. We actually have quite a few people there. And lots of people were playing Detroit.
Of course.
It's like picking the best of the bad situation, I think is what is happening.
Well, I'm just wondering if Curtis ever expected to hear that sentence in his life. A lot of people were playing neutral.
Well, given the choice at the time, I even said that during the stream.
I actually do have to say I had a lot of fun playing both games. As frustrating as it was on both of them.
And the visual presentation and sound in Detroit is very, very good for CoCo 1 too. Can't argue that whatsoever. And the gameplay is much improved too. Like I said, I could get better at it, I just didn't have time to do it.
So yeah, I think we had 7 people at maximum during the live show on Thursday night. So.
And one thing I did learn is nobody bothers to read the instructions.
Wait, there was instructions?
Yeah, there you go. And when you think about it, arcade games in the arcade, they don't have instructions either, do they?
They sometimes have on the panel, like on the inside of the...
but no one reads those. But yeah, so I think
you need a demo mode that kind of explains it, or you need some on-screen instructions like say Robotron.
Yeah. So I think that'll be my new way going forward into the new Detroit. That I will program it with the idea that no one will read instructions.
Because in the old days, you were standing in line to get on the game, so you could
watch someone else. Yeah.
But now you've got track mode behind it.
Explain it.
Well, I do have a track mode that does sort of show things, but
You gotta know it now for Americans.
You gotta stop during the attract mode and say, okay, this will kill you.
This is why this is happening.
Yeah.
Like Robotron does, because it shows you have to rescue your family, and it shows you running over the family members, and you have to shoot this robot, and then if you shoot the Hulk, she won't die. It goes through and explains every single thing on the screen, so you don't need directions.
Did Defender do that as well?
Yes.
Yes. I told you to pick up a few minutes and, with the aliens for the story.
Joust did too, I think.
Yep.
Now you said a trap mode. Did you mean the trap mode?
That's when Ken and I reviewed this game, it's a bit different.
Yeah. No, you gotta admit though, it is colourful.
It's very pleasing to the eye.
Yeah, and the ear. It's got great sound effects.
And the ear.
Yeah. It's just to the controlling the joystick and stuff.
Even that Prospector I thought was a pretty good game for a typing game.
Oh, for typing, it's one of the better ones. And now that I know the tricks there, that's going to help a lot.
That's right. So I'm going to try that this week and see if I can get somewhere with it. Now that I can actually see artifact colours correctly on my CoCo 3, now that I've got a RGB to HD, what do you call it? HDMI.
It's a SCART to HDMI converter.
Yeah.
Switcheroo.
There you go.
That's right.
Now, where did you get all those switcheroo cables, Nick?
From Mr. Switcheroo. Jason there.
Mr. Switcheroo, you got a new name, Dave.
Mr. Switcheroo. I've been called the Switcheroo guy, now Mr. Switcheroo. As long as you don't call me late for dinner.
Switcheroo is such a good project, now called Mr. Switcheroo.
Mr. Switcheroo.
I mentioned it last week that I bought the Switcheroo originally when I had a Magnavox style RGB monitor, and I just needed because it's got a scar on it, so I ordered that cable. But one of the connectors on the cable, it has a USB connector on it. And I didn't need that for the RGB monitor, so I never had it hooked up, and it worked fine. But then when my monitor, I changed it for an LCD, and I needed to use the HDMI, I plugged it all in, and it wouldn't work. All I got was the composite. I was like, gee, what's that? That Jason's con me. It doesn't work. And then I looked at the back of the CoCo, I thought, hang on, what's this USB doing here? I wonder. So I plugged it into the power, and voila, it worked.
You didn't read the directions, did you?
That's right. As I said, no one reads instructions.
Including Nick.
But every switcheroo from CoCoBand.biz comes with instructions you ignore if you want.
That's right.
Ignoring instructions is not recommended.
Yeah, that's right.
No kidding.
So I think both games this week, Detroit and Prospect, both look good on the screen. Now, we'll see what people think. They both look good, but they're both crap.
Hey, just wait till you see the game that I chose for,
oh god, this is scaring me.
For next week.
So you can actually see, if you look on my screen there, at the very top, there's a little red bar. Up.
Oh yeah, up at the top level, just a little bit left the center.
It disappeared.
It's not the original version of Detroit, is it?
No, I was playing
Prospector. He's talking about where the ladder appears. Yeah, the bars.
I thought you were talking about next week game you were going to throw at us. Okay, now we're going to play the original version.
Well, we got 3 more we can go through, yeah. The next 3 weeks will be Detroit, and Detroit.
Or as I call them, strike 1, strike 2, and you're out.
Or alternatively, you can just bang your head off the wall for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So are you going to show us the ladder again, Ken?
Well, I don't actually, in this one, I don't take it up to the ladder, but you can see.
Yeah, the little rock showed up.
Because I got the last one, the orange block at the top there, on top.
Yep. we can.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
where you have to get up and stand on that.
Yeah.
Makes a ladder for you.
Okay.
But you have to survive up to the top.
So, this Thursday, we were playing Prospector again, and some of Ken's tips here I might actually be pretty good at. I did make it to the second screen barely. But I think I'll do better now that I know
The screen that introduces a new bad guy that I haven't figured out how to beat him yet. As he follows you up and down the ladders.
I didn't last that long in that level, so I didn't even know that. I'm depressed.
Okay, but we will be playing this game again on Thursday night live on the Discord channel, the Game On Challenge Discord channel, at 5 o'clock my time, which is 8 o'clock Eastern. And the other game that we will be playing, does anybody know what this game is?
Metroid.
It's a clone of an arcade game, and it's the non-commercial one, what it's called. This is the one from Tandy magazine, I believe.
It's actually a clone of one of my favorite games on the division. And
one of the launch titles on the division.
Yep.
It looks like a venture clone.
It is a venture clone.
I'm trying to remember the name of this because I played this before, but the title is
It's not the Aardvark one called Venturer, it's the other one.
It's not Midnight Youth, that's something else.
No,
that's the one.
It's actually, you're probably, if you're thinking of Venture, you're probably never gonna
I'm sure it was something where.
No. Dungeons.
Well, that's better than Montezuma's Revenge.
Yeah, the ironic thing is that this version of Venture, like this was one that was on TV magazine, wasn't it? Or was it Chromosite? I can't remember. One of the tech magazines that you subscribe for a year for, but
it was T&D. I remember that.
But the official one, or not official, but the commercial one from Aardvark called Venture, I think is actually a quarter version of the game.
I agree, that's why I chose this one.
Now, the Venture one from Aardvark was, we found on Chronological Gaming, that was the very first Venture clone on any system, period. Home computer or console. We had the first Venture clone, which is kind of surprising.
So,
and 60 had it right. Montezuma is something or other. He actually had part of the name right.
Yep. So there we go. That is the Game On Challenge for the next 2 weeks. So see you guys on Thursday. I want everybody there. Everybody on the panel.
Everybody there. I don't know. It doesn't look like Brian Hughes should be there. It looks like he broke his CoCo. It's weird patterns.
He's been constantly crashing with random gimme patterns here for the last half an hour or so.
Just running this 512K memory through some different modes and memory tests and stuff like that. So just messing around, listening to you guys talk.
We're sorry.
And I'm sure that Brian probably has another CoCo he could use for Game On Challenge.
I'm sure there's one out there somewhere in the tractor trailer.
Just swap the gimme chip out.
There you go.
You've got me.
Alright, well that's all I have to say for today, so.
Game on news.
Yep.
Is it sharing his window this time like last week?
Yep.
Okay, good. You guys don't have to see how many monitors I fill up with my desktop icons. Okay, so Jim Gary has been quite busy this week. I think he cranked out four, maybe five. Four. And the last one, actually, I think Nick will recognize. So the first one here is called Tank Battle, also known as Tanks a Lot. This one was originally by a guy named Mark Koenig in 1980s. You can see on the screen there, 1127. And was published in the Soft Side magazine in February of 1981. And of course, uses keyboard controls, so it's C10. 2 players. And Jim the Destroyer. Storage. So if any of you have played the tank portion of the Tron arcade game, this is kind of like that, except 2 players. So you're going through a maze and trying to shoot each other. As he pointed out in the comments here, it's kind of boring because he's just a single player at the time here, so basically the one guy's a sitting duck and shoots them. And this one actually, I think if I remember correctly, runs in SG6, so 64 by 48 4 color, not 64 by 32 9 color. Next up, he did one called Lines of Action. This one was by a Canadian named Cloud Susi, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And then a person named Saul Goober converted it to BASIC, and it was written in a different language originally. In 1985, the 8-bit Atari line, and it appeared in ROM magazine in the December 1985, January 1986 bi-monthly issue. So he converted it over to the MC10. Has some instructions built into the game as well. And I will mention YouTube's been starting to hit me finally with the, you're not supposed to watch with an ad blocker thing, so I've tried to pre-play all these so that it kind of lets the ad go through first, but it's quite possible it'll interject an ad in a minute, so my apologies ahead of time that happens.
We'll just have to vamp with the ad.
Yeah. Here's the game itself in action. So it looks like a sort of a board. 2 different colors for each 2 players, etc. I don't know too much about the game, so I can't really explain it well. Next up, Manic Miner Inspired Platformer in 8-bit Basic. Manic Miner, of course, was a hugely popular UK release on multiple platforms, including the Dragon. And we have a CoCo port as well. He even did the graphic intro in here. That pretty well matches the original Dragon version of it. Now, he's released this game before, but he's got updated keyboard routines by Greg Beyond, the person that does the MC10 basic compiler. Yeah, just gonna turn the volume down a little bit here. But basically what he has improved in this version, since he has released this one before, these new keyboard routines basically allow the use of more than one key at once to be registered, and I think it also allows key repeat. So you don't have to sit there and just keep tapping the key to move left. So it should make the gameplay a lot easier. Yeah, he's got all the elements, so he's got like the ladders and the gold and the moving creatures and bats, etc. So it's quite well done. And the last one, I'm sure Nick will recognize what this is. Can you tell Nick?
I'm actually not in front of the computer, but describe each pixel for me and I'll see
there's a lot of green ones.
Okay, that doesn't narrow it down.
There's some dark green ones on the light green pixels.
Yeah, and they form letters and numbers and stuff. And then there's colored semi-graphics blocks. Yeah. Is that down for you?
No, I give up.
So this one is basically based on the arcade game Rally X or Rally SG, if you're familiar with Nick's game. And this one features a machine language routine for refreshing some of the screen, because of course it has to do 4-way scrolling. And this routine was written by Jared Atkinson. You may remember him from such hits as the SC card reader things and the CoCo STC and a whole bunch of other stuff. So a little bit of coding magic there, but we'll play a little bit and show you what that one looks like. There's very minimal sound here, I think, because he wanted to keep the speed up. I mean, it's still written in BASIC, even though it has a level routine to move a chunk of the screen around. It still has to redraw the next frame. In BASIC, so it's not super fast or anything, but it's playable. Even got the smoke screen in here and you know, four-way scrolling maze, etc. And the MC10 doesn't have a plate, does it? It's just sound. It's just sound. It's like a 1-bit sound. It doesn't have 6-bit sound like we do. There's a little map on the right there. That works. Pick up the flags.
Oh,
there's a sound effect for you.
Nick's got some shot.
This one's actually closer to the arcade than Nick's, I have to say. It's an interesting sound. I was impressed with this one. This is pretty good for a basic program with just one little ML routine. It shows you that, you know, using a single ML routine or just a couple small ones, which was quite common back in the day of Chromaset and TND, that you could make a game that almost feels like a semi-language game just by one or two things being sped up drastically. That's all you really need. So for those that want to write basic games, I mean, I was thinking about this actually. A lot of them say, you know, I can't write this type of a game X because basic's too slow to do something, usually scrolling or something like that. So maybe, I know we recently had somebody publish, was it called Fiscarelli? I can't remember who did it now, but somebody made a routine you could generically call for scrolling. You do a couple pokes to set up where you want the scrolling to happen. And then you can actually tell, you know, scroll left, scroll right, scroll up, go down, and within a window you define by a couple of pokes. And then you make the rest of the game basic. Sorry, go ahead.
That was Glenn Hewlett, wasn't it?
Oh, right, yeah, it was. You're right.
Because we had like graphics packages, but they always tried to do so much that there was never any room left for a game.
Yeah, that was the biggest problem with Sundog's graphics press, because it took so much of the memory out that you basically had like 12, 15K to play with.
Maybe just a few processes.
The other problem was, like, there was a lot of screen enhancements that gave you, like, graphical fonts, you know, scrolling windows and stuff like that, even gave you character sets that included little spaceships and stuff. But most of those would require the player to buy that package first and then buy your game on top of it, so nobody ever bothered. I mean, now that a lot of stuff has been released in PD, like I know the Screen 64, I think it's called, by Intellectronics, we've actually got permission from the author. If you want to write a basic game using that graphic package, go ahead and include it with it. But that was one big problem, and it's one of the reasons I've been trying to speed up a lot of the graphics routines in Night vs. Night as much as I can, is to enable basic programmers to be able to get something, not you know, like a full semi-language game, but definitely in between what basic and ML would be doing, you'd be getting up to fairly decent speed in certain things. And I'll be doing some tech talks on some of the graphic techniques in there at some point. But yeah, this one did a really good job on it. I quite like this one. In fact, if you converted this over to the CoCo, and then did a double speed up poke for like a CoCo 3 or even the CoCo 1 and 2, 30% speed increase one, I think it'd be quite good. Yeah, that's what Jim's been up to. What I've been up to this week is I released a couple days ago on the Discord. This is for beta testing, so please download and try them out. Let me know if you find any bugs. For reference, I put up the original version, and that's Daicon's Paper Room. So it's a clone of Paperboy from the arcade. It always played a little slow. I know people have complained about that over the years, so that was one of the ones I decided to tack for 6309 optimization. I did manage to optimize it a bit for the 6809. I don't notice a huge difference. I think it's slightly faster, so my thing is, if the game gets busy with cars coming up behind you and stuff, I think it might play a little bit smoother on the 609 version. You can try that version too. I mean, it should be a little bit better than the original. But the 609 version, just running a native mode, runs pretty decent. Like, there's a noticeable speed if you put them side by side. And of course, on a CoCo 3, you can add the double speed poke on top of that. Or if you're like bothering me, you can add in the triple speed poke for the GIME-X and give it a shot there too. That's probably going to be 270,000. But please play with it over the next week or two. And it looks like I haven't broken anything, so you can compare it with the original download I put up there as well. I put all 3 versions up. Let me know. Let me know if you get any problems compared with the original. And if there's not, then by next weekend I'll upload it to both my site and then also to the Computer Archive.
Which channel?
General Game Posts, I believe.
Yeah, you said to report any bugs. What exactly am I going to be looking for?
Well, if it has any signs of Neutroid playing in it, then that's a huge bug. Please describe this vehicle.
Song of which you speak.
That's how you return a serve.
It was a pretty soft serve, but anyway, it's the only version of Paperboy we have in the CoCo. There was never one released for CoCo 3. I don't think the Dragon ever accepted a version, or some games, we did have versions independent of each other in both sides of the pond. Once this has been kind of tested here, I've mentioned in the general game post too that if Karen wants to take a shot at making this available in the Dragon 64, because I believe it's required 64K. But the program itself is small enough, it fits in a single 12 granule bin file, so it'll fit 32, so I don't think he has to do anything really fancy like he had to do on Lucifer's Kingdom to get it to work. So, basically, and it's a joystick game, so most of the gameplay is joystick-based, you don't have to change anything for the Dragon, so this could be another new Dragon game, too, with a 609 and a 609 version to try. Next up, Brian Palmer, fellow Aussie of Nick. He's been doing this a fair bit lately, so he's been taking some of the old softball, Australian CoCo magazines, Australian Rainbow, etc., and finding some of the game listings that were not in any of the American magazines, and then typing them in because there's no versions on tape people have been able to find. And, sometimes you need a bit of help on debugging them and stuff too, but he typed in another one here. This one is called Quest by Jordan McClintock. It's a type-in text adventure with a little bit of graphics on the intro screen. Originally from Australian Softball magazine. So basically, it's on the CoCo group on Facebook. You can download this image as well as see these screenshots that you can see here if you're watching the video version of our show. But download it, give it a shot, see if you find any bugs, report them to Brian. It's basic, so you may be able to figure out what went wrong. You can take a look. And I'm glad that Brian is doing this because there's a lot of little gems there. Like I know Craig Stewart, of course, who is kind of rival in the CoCo 3 game space, selling at Tandy in the mid to late 80s. What's that? Rival. Not even Well, you guys were both selling stuff at the same time through Tandy. But some of his very first machine language games in the CoCo were in some of these magazines and never showed up in North America. It's like he did a head-to-head two-player biplane dogfight game, P-Mode 4. I think it was a CoCo 1-2 game in machine language. And that's one I saw, much later on, but that's another one that we never saw here. So kudos to Brian for going through and actually taking the time to type these in, or even trying to OCR them and then trying to correct the errors. Because this is recovering some of the much lost software. I'm doing another month for chronological game for August now, and half the games from August of '82 nobody has. That came out new that month, so it's kind of frustrating. Hopefully, some people can dig out some old tapes or discs or something that we got around and find some of these missing ones. If you go to the timeline part of my games webpage, I highlight, italicize the ones we're missing, so you can actually go through and get a complete list of everything that's missing. Once I complete the project, I'll make a grand list and then just, hopefully people can volunteer copies of some of these games that we've lost. Because I'm already in the hundreds of games we don't have that were advertised between the launch of the CoCo in August of '82, and that's only 2 years, basically. Next up, Jack Chadwick. There's a follow-up. So we covered last week that he created this, not quite a poll, but basically a comment on a Facebook post on the CoCo group asking what were the best games in the CoCo 1-2 and the best games on the CoCo 3 in your personal opinion. And this week he's going the opposite direction, so now he's asking what is the worst one on the CoCo 3 and the CoCo 1 and 2. Brian Palmer, in total agreement, David Ladd goes, CoCo 3 is Predator as the main character's colors make him camouflage and the controls were crap. And Perry Dewick also agrees, Lee's favorite CoCo 3 game, Predator, so that seems to be a fairly common one. I'm not going to go through all the responses because it's actually still happening. This is an ongoing conversation, but I was just wondering to the people on the panel and the people in the chat, what are some of the worst commercial games? Because I won't hit people for magazine games, typing games, or freeware, because they're free. I mean, you didn't lose anything. But what game did you spend money on, or you would have if you hadn't pirated it, that you thought, if you charge $20 for this, that's a crime?
I agree with Robocop and Predator. The title commercial, I call it side-scrolling.
I have to say, I don't mind Robocop. That one actually plays okay. It's like the sound is kind of trash, but it had a fair bit of gameplay in it, multiple levels, etc. You know, it's a fun game to play. It's visually. Actually, you'll see a bit later. There's a story coming up here about RoboCop. But anyway.
There's been a lot of Nintendo 3, and the CoCo didn't do Nintendo very well. And that's what these games are trying to do. It does so many other things better.
For me, it was the lead.
Okay, yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, I think Nick would agree with that too, because it cut off. Like, it looked good for the first 5 levels, and then the other levels aren't there. Yeah. Somebody ran out of development. Well, that one I think was more, Tandy said, no, we don't want that big of a ROM here because we're not going to pay the extra 50 cents for the chip. Because, I mean, that's what I mean. Daggerath was originally a 9.5K game and had more to it than the commercial release. And Tandy said, we're not going to let you go over an 8K ROM, even though the CoCo 1 and 2 can handle a 16K ROM just fine. It was purely on cost, and they spent months. That's why it's copyright 1982 and didn't get released until the summer of 1983, because they had to go back and crunch it down by 1.5K to fit it on an 8K ROM. Ron Delbo, you weren't much of a game player. Was any games that you ever saw back in the day that you went, why did people pay for this?
Well, a lot of the stuff on Rainbow on this, you know, that were games and stuff, pretty late, seemed to me, I don't know, maybe because they were free.
Yeah, a lot of them are in basics. Only certain types of games would run really well.
Yeah, and really, there's so many that I know the ones I like, you know.
Yeah, defense is one of those.
Few and far between. I think that's a real challenge. I try to get a high score if I can. Sometimes I do, and then I forget to take a picture of it. I even went that high. It's amazing to me. But yeah, you know. It's kind of fun going through the SD card and looking at games. And every once in a while you find one that's pretty challenging, pretty good. But you know, things that have characters as you know, little guys running across the screen, you know, I can play the MC10, you know.
Yeah, you don't need that to be
I could say one more thing. It's amazing how much they threw at games like Predator. And then you play baseball. You know, so more baseball. And the playability of the game is so much. Even though it's just little stick figures running around. But I used to get people. I sold the CoCo because of that game. And they were playing with me for a while. Wow, you sell these? To play color base. You look at how rudimentary graphics, but playability is there.
Yeah, I think Rampage falls into that category too, except that Rampage actually compared favorably with other versions on the Nintendo and the That was one that a lot of people that have seen it do the cross-platform thing say that is one of the best Rampages out of everybody. Actually, Bo Naren said that I reviewed it.
You know what game I really like is that White Side game of Battleship.
Oh, the one that took the cassette relay to simulate the Morse code?
Yeah, I think
that was awesome. I didn't even know I did that. I only played it on an emulator before. I tried around. I said, what the hell's my cassette relay going click, 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 click.
Yeah,
and then you look at it, it's doing Morse code.
If you think of it, it's a slick game because the flag comes off and you turn it to the right color, and the way it leaves, and you know, there's a lot of thought put into it. Yeah, real polished.
I agree.
And if you think about it, guys, both of these places like CoCo Strangiato, it's not just another side-scrolling tile game. These are all different. Clicky cassette relay.
We had a ton of battle clones on the CoCo from everybody, from Tom Mix to Spectral to whoever, but that Lightsmith one that Ron's talking about is by far the best. What was that one? Battle Station. Yeah. It's on
my website. The opening graphic with the guns with the ship next to the letter.
Yeah, really nicely drawn. But the thing that really got me on that one was the cassette relay to simulate the Morse code tapping thing. Because your machine makes audible clicks like real Morse code. Coming from inside the machine, like I didn't know what the heck was going on the first time I ran it. I was like stunned.
That's not an audio sound.
No, it's coming right from inside the computer itself, physically. It was that forward. It scared me at first. I thought it'd crash. I was going to wreck my machine.
What about the submarine game?
Which one? Survival Simulator, maybe? Or Sea Dragon?
No, the simulator. It seemed to have good graphics.
Yeah, that was pretty decent. It's 4-color, 320 by 192, so it's CoCo 3 only. But it's a simulation. It's not a strict game. Like, you gotta know some stuff to play that. You might actually have to read the manual for that.
The whole working out.
Yeah. A couple comments from the chat. So David Ladd has joined us. He says, hello there, everyone. Hello, David. Tom Eric Anderson says, we're talking about the worst games, or least favorite games. He said nobody mentioned Newtroid. Really? And Scott Cooper goes, Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 was a huge letdown. Oh, wait, wrong show. He's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong.
Well, you know, Rick mentioned Predator. That summoned me out of the ether to come on.
Really? So, what did you think of Predator, David?
Just play the video.
Would you really like an honest opinion?
Body told it family friendly, but sure.
It sucks. Circular devices.
It was bad. I agree.
The funny thing was, when we interviewed Greg, that was his favorite game he ever wrote.
Yeah.
Even funnier was David didn't say anything about Predator when we had him on.
No,
he was in shock.
Curtis asked me to politely not start any issues during that interview. So I felt it was best for me to just step away. Trust me, I've been like horse crap or horse hockey.
The one thing I will say about Predator, if you ever do get good at it, Mr. Dave 609 actually did. There is a lot to the game. Like, the game is long. There's a lot of levels. There's a lot of sub-levels. There's a lot of new stuff that appears as you go level to level. So there's a lot of exploring to do, which is normally what I like in a game. It's just that the controls are so friggin' impossible. It ruined it. The graphics are okay. I mean, it's not 320. It's a bit lower res. The speed is doom scrolling, as Rick was mentioning. Same as RoboCop was, but RoboCop was a much better game control-wise.
Yes, I like RoboCop.
And they both used that MMU hardware to add in some extra memory on the cartridges too, but Predator, had so much potential because it's such a long game that you can play it for months. Even if it did have good controls, you can play it for months before you finish it because there's so much to it, but the controls really let it down. Nice. Well, I know that story.
Well, you talked about controls. I just played Prospector now on the CoCo to confirm that diagonal joystick movement, and it does work. It does make it a lot easier to get in and out of on and off a ladder and picking up the gold and everything.
What, you got me?
Of course not. The game is a little bit fast, so it's easy to still die. But at least the diagonal motion does work.
Were you playing level 1 or level 2 or 3?
Just level 1. I turned it off now. I'll play it better later on.
Because that does affect the speed, so I thought maybe you actually picked the middle.
Oh. Now I'm going to turn it on again. Okay, maybe that's what I've done wrong again. If only there was a manual.
Do it live now.
By the way, Dave, there's also come on the ether here. Talking about Predator. Wow, Predator, what a great game. So many levels and cool enemies. very fun challenge in the ice levels. So he's actually quite good at it. Like I said, the game does look like with tweaks to the controls, probably would be a pretty decent game, honestly. Might be 6 now. Of course, there's scripts and Phantasm are his favorite games. I vote for Phantasm, scripts and self-defense to Robert Pilgrim.
I think I've only got like the first 2 or 3 screens, and I thought that was the ice level where you slide off the platforms.
What do you guys think of the castle game where split screen, you know, there's one on the top, one on the bottom, you play against the computer, and thing goes, you know, there's a thing you hit back and forth, sparkly thing.
There's a few that do a description. War Kings by Tom May, by Castle Guard, by Tandy, Castle Guard, Over,
Castle Guard, I used to think was stupid at first. I played it for a little bit, I'd let it play itself, you know, and then I tried playing it, and I thought, well, this is pretty challenging, you can't really control it.
That was my problem with the game, actually, because I'm used to, like, it's based on Warlords from the arcade, and the arcade version actually allows sport players to each get a corner. War Kings, I think, plays closer to the original version, where you can control the ball. It's almost like a palm game at angles. Whereas Castle Guard was kind of loosey-goosey on the controls. You kind of try to like fling the fireball, and it might go in a slightly different direction in the game. There might go a little bit slower, faster than you planned. That was my only problem. Visually, it was one of the first artifact games I saw that used the colors, not just the base. And it looks visually quite. It looks like we have 8 to 10 colors all artifact.
Yeah, the little sparkly thing moves around is pretty cool.
Yeah, the fireball. Yeah, we would agree with that. Exile in Paradise, Alan, which, I mean, Alan, you should just pop in and just say these things out loud rather than just type in the chat. He says, again, it would be expected to be a failing, and the CoCo Zax one was not a disappointment. I was so happy to have that Zax on point, even if it was cut down from the arcade. I would have had my brain exploded with the Z89 later, but the CoCo Zax one was amazing for the time to be able to play at home. I agree, I actually took that one to school and compared with the Apple II version, and ours stomped it.
Yeah, I typed that stuff in to not interrupt the constant stream of noise already coming out of everyone else.
No, just add to the noise, that's part of the fun. Anyway, yeah, go put in your votes there. And he kind of wants one for the CoCo 1-2 and one for the CoCo 3. We kind of discussed a lot of CoCo 3 ones here. Any CoCo 1 or 2 games commercially that people thought just were not worth the money? Like for example, we were talking about the game of the week that's coming up from Montezuma's Dungeons. There's a commercial version that came out 2 years earlier from Hardbark that is not the greatest. It's got very minimal sound, but I wouldn't say it's horrible. It's just primitive. Like I said, it was the very first venture clone of any computer or console ever. So I'll give it a slack.
Curtis, here's the thing. In my experience, I've never had to really pay for games all that often. Okay.
No, that's why I put the caveat up front that you would have had to pay for it for
because
boisterous pirate.
When they just keep coming, you know, and you have friends and you share, you're excited to play them, even if they're bad, you play them because you know you got them, they were free.
But would you come back and play them again? That's usually the test. Like if you played once, go, Jesus, it's terrible, then you never played it.
Well, the problem is when you have. In the beginning, we only had this. What would kill you is if you wrecked one of your favorite games was on it, and then you had to wait. You had the next month to go back to the meeting. You could get another copy of it. That was the real experience back then. Now you're at SDC, you know, 3 or 4 copies of it put away.
Does anybody have a CoCo 1 or 2 game that they particularly thought was not worth paying for?
Neutroid? But Ron
Hi, Ron's wife.
She was not, you know, come on back. What game do you like on CoCo? What? He's not gonna participate.
So Mac.
Okay.
Okay, well anyway, put your comments up in the Facebook group, just follow that conversation and put in your own votes there, and we'll kind of gather up next week and see what people voted is. I guess you could call them the most overpriced games too, if you wanted to. Like I said, I can't really slam the basic ones or the ones with the magazines because you weren't paying much for those anyway. And it's almost like a volunteer network, it's almost like freeware stuff.
How many nitrous games are really good?
I might have like the sub-battle runs under Nitrous 9, so that's what you mentioned it. You know, all the Sierra games, a lot of the Floyd Wrestler games, there's, you know, the Back Always 9 game, there's, yeah, Chronos Rift.
When you get into games,
yeah, but coming from Tandy, they usually were, except for cartridge stuff.
yeah.
Truly, one game that I dislike CoCo 1 and 2. I've discussed, well, in all seriousness, I've discussed this with the author of the game, and I'm sure it's coded just fine, but I do not like Megabug.
Okay, that's a surprise.
I'm sure it's coded, but it's just not your thing.
That was actually cross-platform, and that's also on the Atari, the Apple II, etc. So it was popular enough to, you know, and they renamed it every time for some stupid reason, even though it was by the same company.
Right.
I mean, go in that Facebook CoCo group, you want to put in your votes for what you think are the worst games of CoCo 1, 2, and 3, or commercial games. Or at least favorite. It doesn't have to be based on technical merit, it could just be the game itself, the whole concept just sucks.
No, I used to think Dallas Quest was terrible. But as the time has gone by, to not hear the CoCo's intro with the song and the graphic up, and then Sue is sitting there, you know, waiting for you to say something nasty to us. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one, but I liked it after games. So
One thing I missed at first maze was you couldn't get
What really set me up on that one was the David Lang rendition theme song.
Cat Dallas. And who shot J.R. Mewing?
Now it's.
Because growing up in the city, I didn't hear the year.
Well, some of the graphics of the Dallas game, like when you mess up, there's a cowboy that comes up and says you're dead or whatever. The artwork's really good, but the horse is upside down.
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The one thing it had from Sands of Egypt, hosted by the same company we've been earlier, besides animated graphics, which they both had, was that there was music and sound effects in Dallas, but there was none in Sands of Egypt. It was just dead silent the whole time. Like when you find that broken duel, you try to play and it plays that really off key set of notes there just on purpose. I laughed out loud when I first saw it.
Especially when you have the stampede coming at you, you had to use it or else you're dead.
Yep.
Oh, I played that game so much.
And then here, I'm just showing that on the screen. I won't go into it because we went into it last week, but this is the original vote from the previous week where he was asking people for the best games in CoCo 1, 2, and CoCo 3, and for some deluded reason, he picked games for both. And the really ironic thing is that one of the two games he picked the CoCo 3 one he liked the best is actually the one that Nick, out of all the ones he wrote himself, he probably hates the most.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Vermont was the chick.
Another one? Because Taz said he already got the other check you sent, so.
RoboCop.
Yes. Well, basically, this is the history of RoboCop. So this is a coverage of the entire RoboCop franchise in the arcades, as well as every port. And it's an hour-long video. and it does some comparisons, and actually the CoCo one was ranked fairly high on these, and actually if you compare it with some of the other ones like the Apple II version, you can see why. I'll just play a little clip here. So they got the very tail end of the MSX version here, so you can kind of the MSX is based on the Spectrum version, which is why to avoid color clash, the entire player is white and black, and you color only on the status part of the status part.
Look at the picture on the window.
Now they have better sound because everything in the Spectrum that have the sound check.
A version was released for the TRS-80 CoCo by Tandy and looks to be based on the NES version. This game is one of the two super cartridges designed by CoCo with a built-in memory manager unit. The other one was Predator. In this version, Robocop is reflected as an even more significant case of rigor mortis, as he only has 2 frames of information. Speaking of rigor mortis, the music isn't bad, although it does sound like something you would find playing at a theater parlor. Another highlight of this version are topless crackheads who are very proficient at blind kicks.
I went through some of the other ports that are in this video here, and a fair number of them run like a quarter of the speed that you were watching the CoCo rerun, which surprised me. So actually, our version actually does stack up probably in the middle. I mean, it's not as good as say an ST version, obviously, but as far as the 8-bit machines go, we weren't by far weren't the worst of it. Way better than the editor.
Well, this game I played quite a bit besides Dexter. This game is Dexter. I played a lot when we got the CoCo 3.
But here's the Spectrum version.
There are some new minigames such as a photo puzzle in which you have to make
but you notice to avoid the color flash, you use two colors.
There are also some third-person perspective sections where you have to shoot the bad guy and get hostage. The playability is very good, and the animation is really smooth. If you have the one,
but it's definitely slower than our CoCo
version. With excellent in-game.
At least he doesn't look like he needs to go to the toilet.
But here's the Apple II version, for example. It looks really nice and colorful. It's composite, but there's no scrolling. And as soon as you get a couple characters on the screen, it really slows down.
There are music and the sound effects are tiny little popcorn parts, which thankfully are not expensive. Did you see what I heard?
Yep.
That's what he did.
Thank God we don't have smell of it.
Some big sounds. I mean, to be fair, the Apple came out in 77, so you're dealing with technology 3 years older than the CoCo. And, by that time, things had caught up a bit. Color-wise, though, this is one of the better color games I've seen in the Apple. Now, Mark, you're probably more familiar with this game than I am. Is this the 2GS or the 2E extended graphics modes, or would this be just really well done color mixing?
I think it's too good for. I've never played this. I don't know. It looks more like the enhanced graphics for 2E or 2Z or 2Z.
Yeah.
That's kind of look like it. Except I'm hoping it's not the 2GS because the 2GS should be running way faster.
Probably the extended 2E and 2Z mostly.
Yeah.
They do a lot of different coloring too, so.
Yeah, but there's some colours there that aren't artifact-based.
Well, they did have 6 basic colors. They had the phase shifting, you control the 1 bit.
The phase shifted one.
So you can get the, what is it, green and, right. Plus the black and white.
But that one's got a lot more colours though in it.
Yeah, and this is opposite because they could do the same tricks we do on comps. You can kind of sneak extra colors or put 2 colors beside each other.
There's a few greys though.
The broken wires are exactly the same.
Yeah, you're right, actually. That must be the enhanced 2E.
Yeah.
Those have 16 colors and colors.
Like it makes sense.
Yeah.
But still, we came out surprisingly well in the 8-bit arena. Like once you go to the ST and the Amiga and some of the later stuff, of course, or PC stuff, arcade, or whatever, we were even close. But not a bad showing, to be honest. Now, here's another Manic Miner video from Retro Sutra, and this is going through and comparing a variety of versions of Manic Miner. They've got four kind of more popular ones here listed as part of their intro screen. So there's ZX Spectrum, the Sam Coupe, Game Boy Advance, the Amiga. They cover a lot more systems besides that, including the Dragon version. And you can definitely tell that the Dragon one was based on the Spectrum one, because the graphics are exactly the same, except there's no the color squares you can identify are programmed for on the Spectrum. But basically, it's pixel identical, because they have the same graphics that we do, which is 6x192. You just can change up a block of every 8x8 to a color. Sound-wise, this is one where the intro screen on most of the versions will actually have a little piano keyboard on the bottom, and it'll show which notes you're playing. But on the Spectrum, it sounds absolutely horrible. Here's the Dragon version, just kind of get the idea of speed. I'll just play the little intro at the beginning here.
That's actually a song.
Yeah, so I played the actual multi-voice music. Watch your ears on this one. Now, granted, this is, I believe, this is on the 1-bit sound, earlier Spectrum, not the AY chip equipped Spectrum, so obviously they could have done much better, but actually hearing that, I'm wondering why did they bother leaving that in there? Because that could not have sold the machine. But you can tell with the graphics here, the graphic characters are identical pretty well, except you get the color built in, and the sound is pretty identical to the Dragon version. Well, I don't know if the Dragon version used one sound to make it converted straight over, or if it did use 6-bit and just kind of duplicated the equivalent. Little popcorn box. The only other difference I saw between the Spectrum and the Dragon version is the little keys you have to jump up and get, like this one here and this one here. On the Spectrum version, they cycle through the colors. On the Dragon, they blank on and off, because of course with black and white, what color are you going to recycle through? But yeah, if you want to see comparisons with, even getting up to a whole bunch of, more obscure UK-based machines, and even some, 16-bit stuff later on.
What's the Amiga one look like?
BBC Micro, Amstrad.
The picture has the.
Oh, come on, when it's black and white, they can't show like shades of gray.
Here's the Amiga version.
Because they're black and white.
Yeah, that's it.
This one's even got stereo.
Watch this one, the Amiga.
Oh, this is all the music from Elite. Yeah, this is more pleasant than the other one.
Yeah, Spectrum's pretty bad.
Here's a little flavor to it.
Oh yeah, I like the sound much better.
Yeah, it's still very retro graphics though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they basically took the exact same shapes for most of the games, of course I should say, and just left them the same. They just, there's no color style and coloring.
Yeah, I thought they'd enhance it, but no, they didn't.
Now here's Manic Miner 2 on the Amiga from 1990, a couple years later. Quite an improvement.
Yeah, that's an enhancement.
Oh, I like that.
Never tried for Pitfall.
Well, I like cable and things like that. It'd be nice if we get some more games like this for the CoCo.
Yeah, who wants there's a wind-up with a big fan.
Yeah, they have a bit more humor, I think, in the original.
Yeah.
Because even your main character that you're playing here kind of looks like he's half asleep or something.
Yeah, it's got 1 or 2.
You know that wind-up thing just sticks on you somehow.
some of these versions I've never seen it before, so you get to finally compare with some other machines. I might remember a few like Apple IIs. I have a lot of friends with those. People like TIs and Atari puts and stuff for, or even some of the 16-bit machines like the ST and the Amiga. But there's a lot of these machines I've never seen. And it's fun to see, like, with whatever hardware base these different machines had, how well did they do? How good did the programmers know the CoCo? How good did they know some of these other machines that compare what they look and sound? And then speaking of working, which we talked about earlier when Ron was talking about Castleguard, this is the Tom Mix version of that same game here, Ron. But that was the game they picked for Tim and AJ for My Drunk Sibling, episode 108 of Sibling Rivalry. So I'll play a little bit at the beginning and I'll fast forward to the gameplay. Spoiler alert, AJ won all 3 games against Tim on this one. They always come up with these cute intro graphics.
AJ, welcome to another episode of Sibling Rivalry, the show where we play games.
Yeah.
Not quite. Well,
When we played, right?
And drinking in a cup.
Correction. I didn't get one. I got one.
So have you played this version, Ron?
We're breaking down.
No. You know what? It reminds me of Quicks.
What the heck is this?
Yes. By all means, give me more points. I won. Tim playing stupid.
AJ didn't win. Tim wins.
I won.
There's a flatline sound.
There you guys might recognize the author's name, C.J. Roslin, if you're long-time readers of Rainbow magazine. He actually had an assembly language teaching column in Rainbow in the early 80s, like the 2-ish, 83-ish, called Charlie's Machine. And he used to do things, explaining how graphics work and stuff, and right below the assembly language listings. And he did some other commercial games, like he did Zaxxon, the other clone of Zaxxon, and a few others as well. And the last of the game on is Expert Tech, which is a Spanish-speaking site. He's got a real CoCo that hooks up to an amber screen monitor. And this time around, he's actually playing an arcade-style game, 3D arcade-style game from Tandy called Andron, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with. So I'll play just a quick clip with some translation on screen. I still remember the elevator. I thought that was cool. And some people call this kind of a 3D Pac-Man with some shooting elements. Would you guys agree with that? Or is it a little bit too different?
I never cared about it.
I don't know, on later levels it gets a bit more complicated, but like it's harder to kill the alien things. I didn't mind this one. It's not the first time we saw 3D eat the dots thing.
Well, I like the fact that it's got the Spanish to English translation down there for you.
Yeah.
Well, no, I turned that on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Those of you who don't know, you can go to settings and do auto translate and closed captioning turned on, and you can actually do that with most videos actually.
You know, it's too bad they didn't use their AI features to do audio dub-overs.
That would actually be a useful use of that technology, I agree.
Can you turn on the English dub English program?
So that's it for the Game On News. Now, before I get into regular news, I'm going to cover some upcoming events, etc. Just as a reminder, here.
When you want the latest in TRS Tandy.
Nope, we pulled out a little bit fast. I'm not even going to do the news next.
Bob's progress so far. He's got a lot of the sockets on there too. That's enough there, Bob.
Where news breaks. Around the world.
Just about.
See how you match the board.
So our first news item is Bob. How is it going?
It's going pretty well. Still struggling to find some of the parts I know I have around here somewhere. Most of the sockets in place.
Wow, quite a bit of progress since we last checked.
It almost looks like a computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Bob, is I was checking, because I got one of these boards for, two that I haven't assembled yet due to issues going on here, but I was going to do something like the new C64 board that's being sold. I was going to use those new low-profile zip sockets.
Oh, yeah. Right.
That's on end. And I'm like almost $20 a piece.
Yeah. I actually have some regular zip sockets that I forgot to use, but that's okay.
I don't know how you're watching either, but I wanted to do a CoCo version of the instead of the Zip 64, I wanted to do a Zip CoCo, where all the sockets were Zip sockets.
Right.
And zip stands for 0, what? Insertion. Alright, how about when they come out? There's also 0. Okay.
So you've never been. You know, GIME-X is like $40 That's the only thing.
Yeah.
But you aren't going to use them all. You don't need tech quality
Well, it was just something I thought would be cool to do, especially, of course, Adrian uses the board for testing. And I figured, well, if you've got a board that's known for, of course, these boards are really nice looking. And I figured those nice looking zip sockets would make a good complement. And then, you get a whole bunch of real nice sets. You can just pull it out, pop a new one in, test it, pop it out, put the next one in, you know.
You know, over time, as any of these chips get hot enough to make the white turn a color, like Gimme or something.
Don't worry, that'll take care of that.
Yeah, we'll just do some soldering and get some fresh flux to cover the brown up.
Since we're about to turn to the news here, if some people get too bored and fall asleep during the news segment, as per normal, Bob, do you want to give your YouTube URL so people can actually watch you do this live?
I don't have a URL handy, but just if you go to YouTube and search CoCo Strangiato, like stranger, but by the time you get to the G, it should pop up, I think.
Bob, are you going to be putting the 128K in there? Or are we going to leave those empty?
So yeah, the plan is to build it completely stock. I'm going to build it 128K, and I'll put the RF modulator, and then I will do upgrades after that.
But then you will flip the two
I'll put the little capsule and get them back
Yeah. And then I've got a small problem here. This pin 40 is plugged. I don't have any tiny drills. Well, it's not solder though. It's like the white paint. It's like epoxy.
How about a needle?
Does that mean there's no metal?
No, there's still metal there.
Or like your clip-off wires.
It's hard to do. That I could probably find.
Yeah, you might be able to
Yeah.
So what's going on here? Because this CoCo that you're building up has this weird yellow connector on the back.
Yeah, I couldn't find the right ones. I couldn't find the proper ones, so I had to make do with, you know, yellow and white, whatever I could find.
Going with actual standards instead of what it was called came out there.
Yeah.
I don't have an M for
So, here's all my...
The person that created this board design here is actually in the chat now too, Bob, if you have any comments for him.
Now everything has been pretty smooth other than that one plugged hole, and like I said, there were a couple of components that he's moved since then, so they're in different locations on his interactive bill of materials, but it's been pretty straightforward to find it all.
And also Marcus posted a link directly to your YouTube stream if you want to watch it.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you there. I posted it too.
And why the name Athena?
That's a Rocky Hill question.
Yep, he's in the chat.
That's why I said it.
But that was also part of my logic in deciding to call this just the CoCo 3A. Kind of goes along with the Tandy theme, you know, CoCo 2B, whatever. So this is yeah.
Well, also Tandy Athena have the Athena for Athena. So
The answer was because it's a clone, and he's a fan of the Battlestar Galactica reimagined series.
Ah.
And one of the Cylon clone characters was named Athena. I thought it was a CoCo 3A because maybe is this a Canadian project?
CoCo 3A.
Well, your point is, it's less important to clear the hole than it is to not break the bread on top and on bottom. When is it actually better to just lay a little lava solder on top and then suck it down like a PGA?
Run a bodge wire from around the edge of the board?
Well, no, because in theory the pad on top and pad on bottom are connected through plating.
Oh yeah. Theoretically.
Damage the through plating trying to clear out the hole. So at what point do you just leave the whole plug soldered to the top?
Yeah, right. Well, I would probably notice that point before I'd screw anything up.
40 is actually plus 5, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Aren't all the pins used?
Not always.
Really?
And then
you're saying I would try a blob of solder.
For instance, the 7-port LS30 doesn't use 3 of its 14 pins. 16. How many pins it doesn't use 3.
Get those extra ones for free.
and my decoupling caps are too wide for the holes on the board here, so I'm gonna just get some newer ones, better fit, rather than force those. Yeah, maybe.
Did you try and make sure that all the sockets have the little cutout in direction around the future people that might
I actually did on these 40 pin sockets. There's no notch, so I'm gonna take my silver Sharpie and put a dot on these once I get them all in there.
Yeah, they're labeled on the board itself.
Yeah.
You don't see it.
I see two.
Yeah. One of the things that I do on sockets that don't have holes is to take the soldering iron and make divots in the socket, so that way it's welded right in there. Hey, you know, if they didn't know, then I got it.
So then when you get plastic cut, you have your solder gun, and you have to wipe it off to get off each other, right?
No, I just use Curtis's hair. quit soldering. That's why I still have hair. So I know most of you soldering people don't.
Well, that's also because I like snorting the fumes from the resin.
Such a rush. I don't even know what to say to that. He has a third hand.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Just hold the board.
So you, Bob, you're still going to be doing this for a bit?
Yeah, I'm almost out of solder.
We'll start trailing around.
Because basically, Bob, I'll go into the news stuff now and also the announcements for stuff on the show. And then if you get done to as far as you're planning on going today before I get to the end of it, just kind of interrupt.
Alrighty.
Show us where you're ending off for the day.
Go for it.
Send solder now.
I didn't see a real time clock.
No, that should be the next board revision. I think when we start adding the new stuff, just like the dragon boards.
I think I saw watch, but in one of the frames. Excuse me.
Julian Brown, who actually is creating some of those dragon boards, Karen says in the chat, naming boards is a fine art and needs careful consideration.
Yeah, it's there forever.
Anyway, so announcing some stuff coming up. Before I get to the ones on the screen, a couple that are just going to be verbal here. So we've actually started getting some interviews scheduled again. So the first one coming up will be November the 25th, so it's 2 weeks from now. We'll have Joey Ahern, if I'm pronouncing that name correctly, and Debbie McNally, who created the newsletter magazine Pure City Computing, which was renamed to Color Computing in the last year of its existence. That they started as 13-year-olds back in June of 1987. And they ran it up until 1992. So we're going to be on to talk about the history of that, kind of showing things off. So definitely come up, check that. There's actually, Joe's uploaded every single issue they did, including an unreleased one they never quite finished back in the day. That's on the Color Computer Archive magazine section. And just look for Pure City Computing. You should find it there. And looking forward to that, because I mean, having 13-year-olds actually keep on track enough to publish a magazine newsletter for 5 years and get it big enough for circulation-wise. They actually had people like Bob Vanderpool writing articles for it. They actually had advertising from third-party advertisers that I'm quite impressed. I know all I was just to do a Joe Blow style newsletter in our computer club, and they took it all.
How old was Mr. Vanderpool? He's like 14 or 15 or 15?
Oh no, he's quite old. He's a professional developer already by that point. But looking forward to that. So I was thinking that I would do. Oh, maybe I do. Not rare. So this is the Color Computer Archive. You can see a note from the publisher, which is basically explaining the history of when they started, etc. And they've got the issues from June of 87 right through the previously unreleased, partially February 92. And just to show you what the 13-year-olds came up with. Here's the very first issue they did. And then compare
with some honest love for the CoCo in even that first one.
Yeah, agreed. And here's what it ends up being near the end. 5 years later. When you start getting into multiple languages, they start using all kinds of stuff in here. Reviews.
Full, is it?
What's that?
Nothing.
No, they didn't write about it. Downfall.
They have a predator.
Did they? I can't remember. I've actually gone through these all briefly where they kind of start preparing questions for them for the interview. But anyway, they'll both be on in 2 weeks. Mark, I'm just waiting for them. We're probably hoping to get maybe a test Zoom call in. Maybe on a Monday night or Wednesday or something like that. I have to make sure that their schedules coincide. Now, I think they're more in the so I think if they wanted a bit later, so it might be better maybe to have Mark would be worse, wouldn't it? Like 8:30 Eastern, what would that be for you, Mark? Both Marks.
9:30 my time.
What time would that be for you, Mr. Bosley?
either. So once I get confirmation back here, we'll see what setting up this. They both use Zoom before, so it's just a matter of making sure the camera works properly and the volume levels are okay. So anyway, if you want to go check these out and maybe get some questions yourselves here to ask, because of course in our interviews we have live questions from the panel and live questions from the chat. But if you want to be a little bit prepared ahead of time, you get 2 weeks to go through all these issues. And there's actually some pretty cool programs and stuff too. So.
Hey Curtis, do you know how much do you know about the archive? Does it have backup somewhere?
I have no idea. That's clear.
Oh, I wondered if you would know that.
I don't.
Yeah, I like it.
That's a good question. Like for the whole legacy we're talking about in the past.
Exactly.
It'd be tough to do all this work.
Yeah. I mean, he does do that zip file every 6 months, whenever he puts everything into one big zip. You can download the whole archive in one shot. So that, if anybody's downloaded that, they have a backup from that time period. But that's only done every 6 months, so you might lose 6 months. So
rebuild site went down, then having backup a long way having this thing.
But at least you would have the CoCo, the different manuals and magazines and stuff, so that would be better than nothing. But yeah, you're right, it would take quite a bit to recreate it.
You know, another thing I thought about is all these programs are all zipped, correct?
Yes. Maybe not all, but yeah, I think the majority.
It's not a big convenience now that hard drive space is not anything even to worry about. Why wouldn't they just as DSK files?
I do know the reason for that. If you have multi-disc programs, is the person downloading a disk going to know if he needs disk 2, 3, and 4 to run this program properly without crashing?
Can't that be in that folder?
Well, that's what a zip is. That's what essentially what the purpose of a zip is. You download one file, you get all the files you need. Whereas if you just had a folder, like you might download conf 1, thinking that's what you need, and then we try to run it, doesn't run, because you didn't download 1, 2, and 3. Whereas if you download everything else,
And the other thing too is, Ron, not everybody has, no, not everybody is as privileged as you having high-speed internet. There are still other people out here that are on dial-up that still And also, you also got to think that this is something you have when you're buying hosting space. A 186K file or 180K versus a 1K file takes up less space. And a lot of web hosting are not unlimited. So you really want to have GIME have to pay more per month to have every file fully extracted. Think about disks that are 120 meg each.
Yeah, if you put everything together, you got the 100 gigabytes.
It's huge.
I mean, that's it is a terabyte.
Okay, but you gotta think people downloading things. You're also metered. So when you transmit stuff, the larger the file, the more data you're consuming, which means again, who's going to pay for that?
And you're tracked download by download. So the size of each download is multiplied by the number of people downloading. So every byte you can save on a network is worth saving.
Yeah, because otherwise you start getting into extra tiers where you're doing, like, if you're serving this stuff, like the archive does. You know, if you've got 500 people downloading that, there's 900 meg each, versus 65 meg compressed. I mean, that's literally doubling it. You might get in the next tier where now they're having to pay their internet provider $100 a month instead of $50 a month just to host it, or escalating even beyond that. So,
Ron, there's two other reasons also. One of them is kind of minor stuff, which is time dates in the zip files. But the other critical thing too is their error check is 32, which means there's one chance in 4 billion you download it and compress is good if it's not. So think about the disk images, something might happen to it, but it doesn't work right, and you go, what's wrong with it?
the last three letters of the extension are good. Files good, right? Whereas, you got.
So basically, we got to protect the people that want to go online and download it 300 baud. Okay.
Well, there's more to it. You know, I know.
Yeah, way more.
Plus, it's tradition.
Well, plus the fact that, like under 99, you can actually unzip the files yourself, because we have an unzip utility in Unigine.
Yeah, we need that extra stuff.
And then PCs, you don't even know it. You treat a zip file like a regular folder. Doesn't really even matter. PC.
Yeah, and actually with the most current update to Windows 11, it supports RAR 7C and some other formats too now.
So anyway, that interview is coming up in 2 weeks, so be here for that. Have your questions ready. We're still waiting on Doug Maston, the author of Contras. He's going to be doing a dual interview as well with Dahlgren, Sundog. He took a bit of a step back on his physio a little while back, so he was hoping to be able to ready to do the interview by the end of November. I don't think that's going to happen. Still possible, but I mean, now we're sort of booking interviews too, so hopefully in December we'll get that going. And I'm working on a third interview right now. That basically he said yes, and now it's just a matter of booking time and you know, I want to try to book him ahead, far enough ahead of time we can actually pre-announce it coming out. So be looking forward to another interview getting set up as well. Now back to the upcoming events. So the first one, BCF Southern California, February 17th to 18th, 2024 at the Hotel Fair Event Center, Orange, California. This is the return of BCF in Southern California. I've been there for a while. We'll get to see some CoCo people down there. And they can come and give us a report either during the show live if possible, but if not, a little summary at the end, kind of like Mikey did for the Tandy Assembly meeting in San Francisco here, kind of like he did earlier in the show, would be great. Of course, the 32nd annual last Chicago Fest, the constantly getting more inappropriately named every year. It's happening. It's the update. It's actually on May 4th and 5th, 2024, at the Holiday Inn Suites, Chicago Carol Stream, which is where it was last year. We had a fun there. So looking forward to that one. That's the CoCo's main event as far as trade shows go. And then Boat Fest for Computer Expo 2024. This takes place June 14th to 16th. That's a social event space in West Virginia. That's of course Aaron and Brent and Boat and spouses and a ton of people come out there. This is much more gaming oriented, though they do hardware upgrades and stuff too. And that's all the sponsors. Some Retro Rewind, he actually does repairs and stuff there. Before he gets his peons like Jason to do it for him. But it's always a fun time. Ken was there last year as well. We had a good time there. Except for trying to maybe navigate up those stairs when it was kind of creaking along. No problem this year. It's on ground level.
Just remember, GPS.
Yeah. Along the one block anyway. Also, don't go driving through a pouring rainstorm through a back alley to get to a restaurant. Because they have multiple sides of Texas there. That was GPS. It was literally actually the guy's car. It was a Mercedes or something. No, it was a Camaro. Yeah, it was not cheap to repair. He had to fly back home because it was not even drugs. So when they see the sign, don't trust your GPS this area, they mean it.
Bring a boat for boat.
You could sail through potholes. Yeah, we took a look at that bottle afterwards. It was like 8 feet across, a foot and a half deep or something. And of course, with all the water running, it just looked level. Boom, bottomed out in it.
If it wasn't for that little Chevette in the bottom, you would have went way down.
Well, I lost my skid plate during the ice storm. That's when it broke in my car. During that same trip. Because that's when we slid up the side of the road and we're kind of at an angle on the curb part. That's a road that I see people attend these things.
Oh, it is.
for years. I was there when it happened. He was live talking with Boat, and we were watching the transcription after the transcription afterwards.
I would recommend that trail.
Deer, you can watch out for couches.
Yeah, that's another way to CoCo Fest. Basically, both these shows are dangerous to drive to, I can say. But yeah, that was you get experience on the strips, let's put it that way. Okay, so on to actual news now, finally. So first up, we got Chibi Akumas, who has done a ton of similar language programming tutorials on a variety of machines and game consoles, and actually has several books published that cover these too, but 609 is covered in one of them. So right now, he's actually getting into something he has not covered on the CoCo before, and I don't think he's done Dragon Dreams yet either, and they are going to be different. Which is how do you use Disk.io. Everything he's done so far has been directly emulated or set-based or ROM cartridge-based. So this is actually how to call in file formats, how to set up calling ROM calls, etc., instead of saving and loading, etc. And he's got two parts to it. He's got a video version where we don't play. You can check out some of the video, but he also has his sort of text web page version. So if you're not into watching videos to do, you can actually go through. This kind of follows along with the video, so you can actually view this while you're watching the video as well. But you can show you how to do it here. Automatically fire up in emulators, etc. too. So if you want to learn how to do Disk.io on the CoCo, it's a really good tutorial for it. Now, that's one thing that I think either CoCo Disk ROMs are a bit slacking is that the official quote-unquote ROM calls that Tandy Microsoft actually detail in the manual are very minimalistic. It's basically read-write sectors, and pretty well that's about it. They don't have any of the file system exposed to these calls. You have to do it in the manual. You want to update the granule table, then do it manually. You want to actually write the better figure out where just to go, seek to that track and sector and start writing the sectors. Which is dumb. That's not what a real awesome thing to do. You actually would have some stuff for like open a file or create a file. You know, like you know, X9 or Flex does.
So how does he do? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry,
just call it archives, if I remember.
Okay. Like just the Discon one.
Yeah. Because the Discon gets complicated. As you did, I think you hit that problem too, at one point, didn't you? Yeah. It's more complicated than it needs to be. And you can't trust just well, you could probably nowadays if you don't have two official ROMs, but you couldn't trust back in the day jumping to a direct ROM address, because once Disk 1.1 came out and everything moved, it broke a ton of commercial software, like Telewriter broke, VIP Writer broke, and a bunch of other stuff all broke because they were doing the direct calls. So it was kind of a bad design that they didn't put more exposure to the file system as opposed to just the disk system. And of course, later on, you had ADOS, RGB DOS, and other stuff too, which you had to worry about.
Keep in mind that they weren't delivering DOS. They were delivering basic. Yeah, but they could have had a couple of extras at the beginning, because they had an A&a empty on the ROMs. It wasn't like they didn't have the space. Even after when they added the DOS command, where they could have just added instead of just disk on, you could add disk open, disk close.
Actually, they are in there. I have used them when I did my scan. That's what I did, but they're not official. You've got to know where to jump in.
No, but that's the point. Like, if you wanted to write it to be backwards compatible with disk 1.0, your part doesn't work.
No, it does. Because you want to see what. Yeah, well, it's a different jump point. So at the beginning of the code, I say what version ROM have you got?
Okay, you just change which the jump is.
Yeah, you just change the jump. So they are in there.
But then you have to worry about what does disk-CDOS do? What does RGB DOS do? What does ADOS do? What does ADOS 3 do? What does ADOS 3 extended do? Whereas if you actually just made an actual indirect call like Discon was, who cares? As long as those people line that up correctly, you can update it all you want.
At this point, how much internal containment do we have?
Microsoft is doing? That's a good question. Yeah, the two disk ROMs were 8182, so that's pretty early on. They might have had some. If Mark was in the chat, I would ask him.
Well, not to go off too much on this. So with Disk Basic, I've done
done some of my bizarre topping stuff with custom sector layouts. And DisCon works great, but you also have to know where the maximum number of sectors are located. Because DisCon technically will only access sectors 1 through 18. So you have to have this basic so you can access sector 20, or in the case of high density, sector 40, or valid like topic protection, sector 254.
Since you're talking to a 9-year-old here, what is this kind of stuff?
It's the assembly language routine that you call for accessing the disk in out for reading the sectors.
So, why is it named what you're calling it IO?
That's what Tandy Radio Shack and Microsoft called it. It's actually in the manual labeled as such. I'm not sure exactly. Obviously, the DSK part means DS. The CON part, I don't know.
Yeah, console, I know where that comes from.
Yeah, unfortunately, don't know. They called it. Unfortunately, when someone names something and it's their product, they call it. So,
and it's in all their manuals, so it's pretty well everybody calls it. Otherwise, nobody has a question talking about it.
Maybe their sister was named Connie like mine. We'll just call it Con.
Oh, that's why we have a kernel as a curse.
Anyway, David, is this going to be some of the type of stuff you'll be testing on the Floppy episode of CoCo Tech that you guys are doing?
There's probably random stuff discussed.
So, let's David, are we going to have to have set up controller and floppy drive system so that we can follow along?
Well, you're going to have to probably ask Mikey, since he's going to probably be the one that has most of the information. But yes, there'll be. Mark, Overholz. So do we have? So it's me, Mikey, and we have confirmed that. Oh, okay. There'll be three of us.
So can you tell us how to read the drives with this camera?
What kind of floppy drive does it use?
3.5 inch
Let's save all the disc talk and have the actual CoCo Tech disc episode, which is coming up when again, Mark?
That will be the first Tuesday in
December 5th.
So, for those of you who love floppy talk, and you, David, that's the show to come check out.
All the rest is that you've got to avoid.
Not as much as you had to avoid Detroit, but pretty close.
Oh, don't worry, we'll be getting our flexing on.
Next up, CoCo Town releases next single language episode. Of course, has been recreating or modifying and finishing his Patrol clone that he wrote as a teenager and didn't quite finish because he didn't quite learn everything he needed to know yet. And this one he goes through the VSync and 609 interface using the PIAs using CoCo 1 games and the chip here. And he left some mistakes go through, though the favorite one I had here was how to acknowledge interrupts and what happens when we don't. So when you start triggering a VSync, and then you forget to lead off the interrupt so that it knows it got acknowledged, and then the game gets stuck in a perpetual loop, so it's pretty interesting. But if you want to learn how interrupts are working, this is usually used for VSync and stuff, and here has been using stuff also for doing background sound from this CoCo 1 and 2 games too. So, and of course the GIME, a lot of people use that to give a programmable timer, which is so handy. Kudos to Mark Sigo for getting that in there.
Is that halt? Fire one? No, back to movie. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Halt? I know the movie.
No, VSync isn't going to do a halt.
No.
I've been
seen the movie, so I have no idea what you're referencing. I know there's a fabulous instruction that's attached.
Yeah. The back compact, I think.
That's the show report. If you didn't catch the URL from Mikey earlier, this is his summary of the Tandy Assembly meetup in San Francisco, which he kind of showed on the show. But if you go to our show notes on the Discord, you grab the direct link and read it to your content there. And this is the actual video that he put up, which is not the actual live talk that wasn't recorded at the actual Tandy meetup, but this is a recreation of it with a little bit extra. And you can get it on his Mikey N6IL YouTube. And that's basically kind of a summary of his entire Flip series so far. Cheers, Retro Computing did another episode of the Tales of Superior, which is a game that's coming close to a close. It's kind of a graphical adventure game in suburbia. And in this one, it starts going through figuring out how to save the states of the game and between modules to have multiple entities. Designing your tape. Personally, I prefer to be changed to gist, but you know, whatever floats your boat type thing. So basically, he's going around and figures out how to do the save state as you progress through the game. And each module has its own separate save points. So if you're completed module 2, you have to remember loading the save state for module 2 type thing. I did give a suggestion in the comments here on maybe a few ways you can kind of embed what version you're actually trying to load, so you can check it yourself and go, nope, that's not the right version. You better pick the right one. But the game's getting close to completion. Anyone's getting this CoCo Ultimate game, which is an awesome style game. Next up here, we got on Facebook, the Cheers CoCo page here. Mark Maltesa, pronouncing that correctly. And this is a basic program listing. Now, ironically enough, this is actually a basic program listing written by one of our two guests in 2 weeks. I believe it was by David Valley, which is kind of a bit of a ghost animation thing he did. And it was typed in from their magazine. And somebody actually typed it in and fixed it up, got some bugs and ripped it out. And you can actually download it from the CoCo group on Facebook and give it a shot yourself if you want to see what that is without all the typing. And then Richard Kelly also put up a disk image here on the CoCo group on Facebook. Well, this is Easy Directory version 2.1c. This is kind of an auto-launching program, so it's kind of like a really junior version of the CoCo PC Explorer. Basically what it is, it'll read a directory, skipping itself. Its own entries are not included in this. And anything else you've got on that disk, it will then ask, you kind of go through with the arrow keys and click one to run it and it'll automatically launch it. And it's only 18 lines of code in BASIC, so it's a really small program. So you want to see how to do that kind of thing, how to how to read a directory track and extract information from files, what type of files there are. It's a very short listing, so it's actually a pretty good tutorial kind of how to do that kind of thing too. This was a rather strange one I found quite by accident. Burt Rickle's channel on YouTube, and there's apparently this thing going on between multiple pages on YouTube about reading out the Antarctic Treaty. I don't really know what spawned this. I caught this story this morning.
Probably flat earthers.
What's that?
Probably flat earthers.
But anyway, it's trying to come up with different ways of reciting the Antarctic Treaty between the countries about basically having the Antarctic area neutral. And he decided to go retro with his entry, and he's actually got a CoCo 1 and 2 program. He grew up with a CoCo 2 when he was young. And he wrote a little basic program that you load in first, and then all the chunks of the text of the actual treaty is saved as a data file. And he turns the audio on in the emulator so that you can actually hear it, so that people who aren't familiar with CoCo know what it sounded like. And it'll read a paragraph at a time and display on the screen and go through it. Which I won't do because I don't think we need to hear the cassette sound again right now at this point. Especially after hearing the Spectrum version of Manic Miner's theme song. But it's basically a 10-minute thing where he kind of goes through this. And I made a suggestion. I said, if you want to go all out using the cassette interface on a CoCo 2, you should try doing it the way that some of the old Walt Disney programs did. That Tandy sold, the educational stuff, where you would actually load in the program that could display graphics and text, whatever else, but then you'd actually have the auto recording of somebody speaking in the background. And just turn more on audio on and time it right along the tape, and you'd actually get a percentage of the actual text on the screen, which I think would take it even more in the retro CoCo direction. Kind of cool. But yeah, I might have to check out some of these other ones, because there's a bunch of other people from other retro computers and modern computers just doing different ways of doing the same thing.
Did you try it? Is he going to think about it?
I just commented on this morning before the show, so I had a chance to check to see if he responded or not. So, but rather interesting take. Now, it was kind of funny because I mean, he just wrote this like in the last week. He created the tape image and everything else for it. And the emulator that he's using, I'll let you guys guess what emulator version of the CoCo emulator do you think he's using for his thing. Just some random books from you on the panel.
1.44 CCC.
Okay. Anybody else want to take a guess? There's a screenshot on there. That's kind of like hiding it so you can't see what it is.
No. Yeah.
Oh, visible.
You're right, Mark.
That's the one. What was it called?
You have to have a super first CoCo 1 and 2 on you.
Whatever that was called.
So again, the fact that he picked one from 1991 or 1992 with all the notes from kind of available, that kind of surprised me. So I'll have to probably send him a second message. I didn't bother mentioning the fact that, there's a lot more emulators that are more accurate.
But when you're trying to go retro, what would be a better choice?
I guess that's true. If you're running a DOS-based emulator to run a CoCo 2, which is even older yet. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess.
VCC doesn't do CoCo 2, CoCo 1. Correct?
No, it's exactly 39.
Yeah. No, this program doesn't use anything that's exclusive to CoCo 1, 2, so it runs fine. But yeah,
That's X rule.
yeah, and main. Or mess.
There's been a few others over the years, but
yeah, I mean, there's the one that Robert did. They had the multi-pack with the graphic slots.
I never saw that one.
Yeah.
What was that, Mark?
David Kyle?
Yeah, there's a few other ones. Jeff's was the first, and then several other ones that came afterwards.
The emulator group on category Discord. People told me, there's this one, there's that one. Oh, okay. So, yeah, there's Kyle.
Yeah, David Kyle. Something like that. That's the one I'm thinking of. Not Rubber Gold, sorry. Rubber, I think, was involved in testing it.
Well, doesn't DriveWire graphics from graphic drives?
Yeah, but that's on PC.
So and that's the original 3 one. No. I don't have a graphic that Java version or.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's Mikey. I'm sure I've actually seen his run CC on shows.
Okay, so this isn't using the speech sound pack for replaying it. It's like turning the motor on and off.
Well, in this case, it's just text. He created a cassette file, number -1 type thing, and he stored all the text there. Text reads it.
Okay.
Yeah, I suggested you should go back and do the whole multimedia 1982 thing.
Yeah, because I thought maybe it was a speech sound pack thing, and I'm trying to imagine reading and listening to all of that. This is probably prevented by the Geneva Convention or something.
Yeah, that would drive me more insane than playing Neutron. It was a cool thing. I just pop up when I was doing the search for stories here, and it was, didn't know this little challenge thing was going on. So, anyway, the link for that particular YouTube video and the description does give it some of it, plus a whole introduction to this, explains what some of the other people have done before him, and what the whole challenge is. So, check it out. Next up, George B. Jansen, of course, did a little similar series on our show. He's now doing his own YouTube version of that too. And we posted about his first one as kind of just an introduction to it. It's be CoCo 3 oriented, which is kind of nice because most of the other tutorials we've been doing or have seen, for that matter, from other people have usually been CoCo 1 and 2 type stuff. But in this particular case here, he actually was going to be doing something a bit different on his next episode, which he's currently working on. But then he watched CoCo Tech episode 2, talking about the sprite stuff. And one of the things he'd done a little bit of work on was some software sprites using his own routines. And he said, as a bit of a teaser, he sent me a MP4 file here showing his little sprite demonstration routine. So I'll play that now.
I have to get him on.
was using text characters here as kind of sprites, and then he has them all kind of fling back to spell title.
That's cool.
And there's just right, and you're actually one of the ones that Paul really shows the Galaga ship.
Right.
The CoCo Strangiato with your eyes.
So yeah, alternative take. I don't think it's quite as advanced. He's not doing compiled sprites. I think he's doing a more generic masking style. It's a bit slower, etc. But it might be a bit easier for beginning someone who's programming to get their head around and figure out how it works. So anyway, look forward to that episode. Like you mentioned before, he doesn't have a fixed schedule for the series. It's just when he has time, gets it done. But he's actually working on the next episode now, so it won't be too long before that comes out. Next up, an update on the Dragon. I can't remember. I think John might have actually been in the chat. So he can chime in here. But basically, he's working on getting his revision 3 of his Dragon 32 board with now extra additions we mentioned last week that he has it built in to handle 256K of RAM. He's got a little satellite daughter card thing that you can swap between your outputs between PAL and ATSC. So what he was doing... Oh, sorry, that's story. This is John Whitworth, sorry, the one on the screen. I'll get into Julian's in a second. So John Whitworth, of course, is Dragon Plus Electronics. And he had that special mention where he's actually offering a 5% discount. And he found out for viewers and then checked it out himself, and actually something happened where the WooCommerce update broke that, so none of the stuff was working properly. So as kind of a olive branch, even though it's not his fault, to people who are trying to buy stuff off site, he's going to be extending the Halloween promotion of 5% off until the end of November 19th UK time, 2023. So you've got some time if you need to order some stuff from him. The new coupon code is Humble Pie 5, and a minimum of 20 pounds can be sale items. So if you want to get his Sprite board, or he's got a bunch of other stuff I can't remember off the top of my head, but you can go check that out, and the 5% discount is kind of extended now for another week. So now I'll go over to Julian's, which I was talking about earlier. So basically, this is Dragon's production board, but now he's been adding extra functionality to it. The daughter card to switch between PAL and ATSC. Now, earlier in the week, he tried doing the ATSC one, but the daughter board came out as a bit of a mess. It was really fuzzy and blurry, and far worse than you're seeing on the screen. It was almost unreadable. And there was color crap, etc. So he's kind of, as he says here in his comment, for the audio listeners here, after much fiddling and faffing, that's a good word for me. The first board is working with ATSC more testing and checking the various options due to still. Now, he mentioned in a slightly later comment that it's still kind of oversaturating the artifact card, which is red blue. You can see it's kind of bleeding over on the side here. And on this side here, where it's kind of going a little bit too far. So he's working on getting that kind of cut down, but at least he's got readable text now, whereas the first version he tried earlier in the week and was not readable. It was producing a signal, but it was not readable. So, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. But good to see on that. And the last one. Sorry, was that? Oh, he's just dialing it in. Yeah. And then the last one that just showed up yesterday or today, I think it was. So you remember we covered a book project over the last year and a half or so by Stephen Goodwin. He was going to do a book called 2010, which is basically a whole bunch of retro stuff, a bit more on the UK side, that's where he's from. So he does cover some stuff as well. And it basically is, instead of just being a regular history of retrocomputing on various machines, which everybody and their dog's been doing, he actually decided to pick numbers, and you would be like, what does this number mean, and what machines does it apply to? So, and he also has a kind of a choose your adventure. So if you're reading a particular chapter or particular subject, you might get some other numbers mentioned that are the number will then tell you to go to a different page or a different section of the book to read that. He kind of describes it as a choose your own adventure based on number. And he went to the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, which is where the Dragon meetup normally is. Of course, they had to move here because the organization is quite ready. But they had a little gathering here for his book launch near the end of October, a few weeks ago. And his book is officially out now if you want to order it. And he gave a talk kind of describing creating the book, what is thinking behind the way he did it, going through the whole editing process back and forth with the open source people that actually are publishing the book. They printed like 600 copies of the autographed stuff here. Really interesting talk, and I will mention the Dragon gets some pretty prominent descriptions in here too. Like it almost covers other machines like the Jupiter 8 and the others too, the Spectrum. But the Dragon is actually mentioned pretty prominently in this book, so I think he's pretty impressed with it. So I'm going to play just a little bit at the beginning. It's an hour-long presentation here. But just to give you kind of a feel what it's for, and then you go check out the Discord notes to get the actual link to watch the whole thing. Well worth the watch. I quite enjoyed this. Thank you. My name is Steve, and this part of the slide says me. If we've all turned up to launch, this is a little talk about book 2010 by Tigbetter. Over the next hour or so, I'm going to be talking a little bit what happened before the book, what was my life like before I started writing this thing. I'll then talk about things I learned whilst writing the book, and get some things about all the stuff that's certainly interesting you to geek monsters. And then what happened finish my put that last little page, what then happens. So for those who haven't read the book and would like to perhaps in the future, this hopefully will stand as a lesson to you not what happened. But before all of that, who am I? What have I done to earn a place on this stage? Or as the slide should normally be called, the ego slide. This is where the speaker brags about while everyone else on their phone on Twitter, or X, or whatever it is. So who am I? Well, I'm a software developer. I've been a geek. I've always been a geek. I've developed in most fields, on most platforms, IoT, embedded stuff, technology, cloud, mobile, computer games. If it exists, probably had a go at it. I've authored books on software best practice, very geeky things, which are sold professional software developers. They sold about 4.5 copies each, so I'm happy with that. But they did pay me at least. And I open source with an idea or something to share. And obviously, I'm very enthusiastic. I have my own machines. I mess around with them, program the machine outside processors installed when you came in. And none of that's important. What's important is what's not on that slide. I don't actually work at a museum. I don't work at a university where I'm researching history. Everything I've learned, everything I've studied, has been through what people I've spoken to, things I've read about, which is a very long-winded way of saying so what do we do? Well, before the book, there would I don't know any more of that. It's definitely worth listening. You get into some specific retro machines, read excerpts from the book to kind of give you a feel of how the whole quote-unquote choose-your-own adventure style works on it. But definitely looks like a really worthwhile book. It ended up being bigger than the original plan. It was 170 pages with a whole bunch of people because he was crowdsourcing Patreon and stuff on there to get suggestions. It ended up being another 40 or 60 pages bigger by the time it's all done suggestions. And it goes through a history of some stuff. I will mention a general description of the Dragon and the whole Motorola reference design. Some people call it a CoCo clone. Well, they're both clones off the Motorola reference design. It goes a bit into the dongle history. There's a multiple copy protection bits using dongles, and you mentioned specifically buzzer bait on the Dragon. How that would work. So there's a lot of really cool stuff there. The book really sounds awesome. So I think this book at some point. And that's it for the news.
Alright, let's go power up CoCo.
Not even ready to let any smoke out yet. Let's see if I can put in some. Well, here, let me. I'm going to switch to my desktop and show you my bill of materials list here, so you can see what is checked off on the. Yeah, all the green stuff is placed.
Now, do you have have to buy the, the transformer?
I have a spare transformer.
Yeah, but that's cheating, isn't it?
I can also run it off of DC.
You understand he's got about 17 spare
Now,
transformers since he's changed all of his other CoCos to run off of.
Also, you gotta remember, he's the guy that also made one of his CoCos to run off a USB port for
Right,
power.
so he's got lots of spare transformers.
I've got a couple of spare transformers, but you can actually still buy AC transformers. They're not out of production yet.
Yeah, but I think what Ron might be getting at is that if you already have a transformer and you're not winding your own, like
That's exactly what I said.
Oh, by the way, this is a bit of a surprise, but we just got a compliment in the chat here. Good show, guys, from Nick Maroka. Long time no see. Nick. At the very least, pop onto the Game On challenge and show us how to play all these games.
Yeah, but do we borrow the sound clip?
Also, I don't know if anybody's seen these two together lately, but this is the Pepper board and the Daiquiri board.
Well, but you have Brian now. You don't need those.
Oh right.
Yeah, right. And gimmies and everything.
Brian's going to charge you $54 for one. I can imagine. You might want to use those. Brian, are you there?
No, Brian had to leave earlier. He actually mentioned that in the chat.
So there's one resistor I'm missing. I don't know why. I have it somewhere. I can't find my power connector or my 18-pin sockets. And these two mounting holes.
You're required to pull out your own flow chart to figure out the set of resistors.
Yeah, right. Well, it's just, what is it, 270 ohm half watt, so. Now, what am I looking for here? My capacitor. That's it.
That's quite a bit you guys done here during the span of the show.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised myself. Probably, I would say 80%.
Let's see your ladder roll.
I'm almost at a forced quitting point.
And how much of that went into your hair is question?
Just fumes.
How old is that roll?
You know, this roll was here at SMU when I started almost 20 years ago. I've been working on it ever since. Somebody else was using it before that.
Doesn't everybody have, come around using like this? Of course. Also, is your soldering iron or whatever, oldie chilled, or is that how we do?
Yeah, it's an old Weller. Got the probably seen plenty of these before. Just the green base with the dial on it that reads out allegedly in Fahrenheit.
Does it have sponge?
Yeah, it does. I have it here on a little coaster.
Yeah, I got one from Hobart.
Mm-hmm. Like that?
Yep.
And just imagine, folks, when he's soldering all that stuff, you see the sponge goes straight to his lungs.
That would probably be pretty painful.
And this is
So I was going to ask for the people that are newer to understand, like Ken, is this something you ever think of tackling, or is it still beyond your ability?
Oh,
I would think absolutely. I've been thinking about it.
This is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's just I would lots of boards. No interest. Soldering is a lot easier than desoldering.
I was assigned painter for years. I'm left-handed, and I have some got a short where it shakes,
Right.
Right. And if I go to solder anything, it's like.
I mean,
I can't even sign my name well.
I'm pretty shaky-handed myself, but I do know, you have to brace your pinky on something just so you can hold it stable. If I'm holding it like this, trying to solder, that ain't gonna work.
You've illustrated two schools, I guess, solder. Do you use the wet sponge? You use the Brillo pad?
I never actually saw the Brillo pads until recently, so I might try getting one of those soon.
Yeah, I was wet sponge for many years, but you made a Brillo pad.
Does Brillo pad have all that open it?
I use both.
I'm still.
It's just a wire ball that you like scrape everything off of your. I use one of the above.
You poke into this thing, and all your solder crap ends up in the bottom of it.
They blow you up here.
Oh yeah, real good.
So instead of that spongy thing that everybody has, just the old school thing. Nowadays you get one of these, and you poke your solder yarn in there, and all the solder crumbs stuff ends up in the bottom, and stuff out the cup, and then here over and over.
Yeah, you can't wear out. You go get water. You don't recycle all that stuff on the bottom. Make yourself smooth.
That's how I make my build splat.
What's from Paco, both spongy and
you turn it around,
well, it just has both.
The thing I've noticed is modern soldering iron, like pencil thing is, as long as you don't play that tip, it's gold. Never anything.
You don't mean actual good.
Yes, it's good. It's good. We had to maintain them and use plate and reach in.
That's why I recommend just a tip tinner. Looks like
You don't need that anymore. Brand new tip, and don't need to shove it in one of these things. Go until.
So what's that thing cost you? Like $60 or what?
It's like $20.
I like the chip tinner because then especially you can tip the tip that stays nice and shiny. Cleans off really easy. Brillo pad. It's good. It's what transfer.
And this one's stuck on. Occasionally you can play here right here. I think of the struggles I had as a child keeping myself in there.
Alright. Well, we've got that done for today.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Per wrap.
Okay. Outro. Here we go.
This concludes another episode of CoCo Strangiato, the world's leading interactive talk show featuring a technical control things for all things CoCo Nation. Visit us on the web at CoCoNation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, and sentiments via email to show@CoCoNation.com. The CoCo Nation show not exist without the amazing
Go home. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah, that's what Thursday off.
So how many hours do you think you're gonna have in this thing based on what how far you got?
Well, let's see. How many hours was today's show?
4.5.
Okay, so plus a little before that, so yeah, we'll probably be in the 6 to 8 hours by the time I'm done.
So tomorrow afternoon,
Not if I can't find the missing parts.
but you have so many CoCo.
I can take them all out of another CoCo.
Sure you could.
Right.
Oh, he's gonna put his power supply to the machine anyway.
I have to. I mean, it's where did it go? I modified it with its own F connector. I replaced the RCA with F.
I guess it would be kind of redundant having a composite mod in there.
Yeah, it's already.
Yeah, but your OCD get to you if you left that spot on the board open after doing everything to fill up the rest of the board.
Right, it's not needed. Already got over. So yeah, hurry up. No one can do it. We need it.
Well.
That's for the real-time clock. Battery.
I also have one of these that I'm.
Couple of AY chips.
Oh, I mean, the power switch resets to stock.
Yeah, the power switches. I also have an HDMI socket for this.
I'm gonna run, guys. I got a cat camping out of my room here.
Yeah. What are you gonna do for case?
Alright, you know what? We probably had to end the stream. What do you think?
It's over.
I'll probably carve a case out of a single piece of oak.
Great answer. Something we all can appreciate.
Oh. It's like, go for you. Why not hand rub walnut?
Yeah.
Black walnut.
Teakwood?
How about plastic with the wood grain?
Ooh, classic 70s. Oh, there you go. Tupperware with green tack on. Yeah. Not that. Hey, can you try this for me?
Alright, well, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day myself here. I've got to find some more sockets and capacitors and stuff. So, cheers, everybody. Yeah, it's nap time. Right. I need a nap.
Hasta luego, folks.
Cheers. Stop streaming. Okay, well, thanks for watching the stream, everybody, if it's still going. Cheers.